Ah. Oh, I almost shitty. Giggity, giggity, giggity. Alright, sorry. Alright, we're sorry. She's could do a better job than you. Losing with you for asking questions. Yes, sacrifices must be made. Leaders never go on strike. Working man, I gotta clean out the pasture. Goofball. What's up, man? Sip, sip. I actually have some interesting little fun stuff that I was kind of learning about from work that I thought would be pretty curious to update about. Because outside of, the article and shit that's been going about, or at least a couple things news-wise, with a lot of our struggle for contract ratification, at this point, it's definitely confirmed within like a week or two. It's very likely at this point it's going to go to court if this shit keeps up. So, honestly, at this point, I want them to. Because honestly, I would definitely testify. If it ever came to that type of shit. It's like, hey, does that mean like any employee or anything like that suffering from this can testify on this shit? Because, I'd join in on it. Because frankly, honestly, at this point, I've learned at this rate that like a good chunk, especially in our department especially, there's a good chunk of people that if they don't get it, that they'll just walk out, like outright. Like they themselves are already thinking about it. So I don't even need to like start persuading people. Like there's a lot of people just already on that mind. So it makes it a little easier for me, I suppose. But that's why when it comes to at least being an area that's already been kind of pro-labor, I don't really gotta do too much. It's already there. Some of the unionization, collective bargaining building blocks were already set in place for me by the time I started getting active in it. Which is good. But nonetheless, you need to see one of these to pose with it. A cutlass sword. You just have to kill yourself somewhere else. A tourist might sue anyone want that. My job, is to say uncle and we'll take you to the mental health zoo. Oh my god, dude. This cutlass looks fucking amazing. Dude, in 1917, dude, I totally would buy one of these. Dude, it'd go with my hat and shit. Dude, nice. Could look like a cavalry commander with my fucking cowboy hat and shit. Well, it's not really a cowboy hat, but I mean, honestly, if anything, it's probably more akin to like a cavalry hat. But if I had this with that and shit, and actually kind of like, had a little bit of, some sort of like field uniform looking thing, get up with that on the side and shit. Any French, do you have any French in the family? I won't hold against you if there is. I understand you can't help it. If there is, it would most likely be in my, like, Northwest European muttness. Like, when it comes to being Northwest European, because there might be, like, hints of, Gallic and, Dutch in there, maybe. Within the Anglo-Saxon background a little bit. Because that is also mixed in with, some other Northwest Europeanness as well. On top of, being at least partially Norwegian, Danish, and also Irish. So if there is, probably marginally. Also discover how you unlock cybernetics in the world blues. Yeah, it plays the Brotherhood and allow the scientist cult to stick over, and they allow you to become augments. That's pretty cool. Well, that's dope. Nice. Here, boom. You know, also you're wondering what Preacher soundtracks they're using for the song. Let's look up the name of the song. Nail Bomb. Religious Cancer, yeah. Well, there's the full lyrics. It's like 12.5% organization, bro. It's just for legs. Damn. I mean, that's like God tier sass at that point. Oh, here I found it. So it says, confess before Jesus, the word of God knows more than you do. Yeah, okay. I think there's another part where it has some sermon. I think it's in this part. There's that. And it's somewhere in here, I think. Yeah, right here. Where it's like the no truth will make you free, but there's a bunch of other shit before it. I like songs that incorporate different little sound bites like that, because it, you know, if anything, I want to know the origins of it. I think, honestly, the first parts of it sound like Kenneth Copeland. I want to see. It's gotta be, something here. No. Here, let's see. Yeah, there ain't anything. I can't find nothing on it. Boo. Maybe it's in the song meeting website. Maybe I can find it here. Nope. Fuck. Yeah, it doesn't really say much about what the actual, Here's another one. Power of authority that you by house. That is heavenly's power. Hallelujah. Ow! Fucking hell. This stupid piece of fucking shit. Go fuck yourself. Get back on there, you cunt. Don't do that again. Boo. Motherfuck. Okay. That pinched me too, son of a bitch. Zukov, you were distracting me. Here, you want a little treat? Because I have some for you. Here, sit. Now, stand up. Yeah. Jump. There you go. Goofy little baby. What a goofy little baby. Oh, God. I was holding Bandit earlier, now I have fur all over me, and some of it's getting it up in my nose. Motherfuck. Okay. Imagine Ignar during the French Revolution. You're bleeding all over my shirt. Don't worry, it's not mine. Look, I found a thumb. Shedding. Yep. Zukov isn't really much of a shedder until I start brushing him. But Bandit is a goddamn notoriously horrible shedder. Dude, I was going through some boxes in my first apartment, looking for my diploma, because I definitely need to take that. I found my collection of VHS Godzilla movies, still in good condition. Dude, bring those. I mean, we don't have a VHS player, but dude, I mean, honestly, I'll deadass invest in one. because I have a whole fat collection of old VHS tapes and shit, and a lot of them are also in good condition. So I imagine, you know, we could probably, you know, find some really cool shit. I didn't go for all my boxes. I was like, cleaned out my room a little bit. Because that shit's, you know, it's not like out of whack or nothing, but too many boxes. Sweet couch. A shiny cat about to jump on it. No! I wish happy hour was forced by law. Man, this whole, like, Fox News trans segment they did is honestly making some different, little leeways, at least, you know, from different people I've been following. That shit threw me the fuck off watching that earlier today. That fucking, like, oh, look at this trans kid, you know, Ryland. This, trans boy, and blah, blah, blah. Happy hour like a Sonic. Well, you know. I am Emperor Ronald Reagan, born again with fascist cravings. Soon you'll be president. Human rights will soon go away. I am now your Chardonnay. When you come to all of you, don't praise me. Christians too. California, Uber Alice, California, Uber Alice, Uber Alice, California. It's just a different alteration of the California Uber Alice song, but it's called We Got Bigger Problems Now. It's the Reagan version of the song. Turn it down because it pops off. Control you. Still, you think it's natural. Neighbor knocking. That's like, it's not actually neighbor knocking, but you know. Your acres near. You damage facts, you say. And you will pay. Join the army and you will pay. The novels get weird. Wait, what? I missed something there. I wish I could bring my books because I got a good number of old Star Trek books I bet you like. The novels get weird and fun because they could do shit they don't have a budget for in shows. Oh, dude, you gotta. Oh, dude, my dad would fucking love those too, dude. Dude, you gotta bring those. Just, you know, at least, like, what you can, obviously. Don't, like, bring every goddamn thing. But, man, you can, if you can, like, you know, Tetris the shit out of some stuff. I mean, God, Bandit. I mean, if you could Tetris some shit, I mean, you know, you could probably get a lot of that stuff over. Okay, Bandit. What the fuck? I'll let you laugh because you're being a prick. There you go. Oh my god, prick. Close your minds. Welcome to 1984. Are you ready for the Third World War? You too can meet the secret police. We'll draft you and we'll jail your niece. We'll mail you quietly to boot camp. We'll shoot you dead and you a man. Don't you worry, it's for a cause. Feeding all the corporations' claws. Such a fucking epic song. There needs to be another version of this song. Only do it for like Kamala Harris or something, or Hillary, or Biden, or one of them. Feinstein? Nah, she's too old to decrepit. No one cares about her. I don't. She doesn't even know she's, you know, fucking in the Senate again. She doesn't even remember she's even in Senate. Because the first California Uber Alice originally was for Jerry Brown, and then they did this one, which is for Reagan, and I think they did another one as well. If anything, I bring in my computer if I can to find a big enough suitcase for it. Oh yeah, you should be able to. Have like one huge ass suitcase and then like a little carry-on or something. Can I help you? He's just giving me a stare down. You have water, you have food. What do you want? Oh my god, what do you want, you baby? You baby! You fucking little bitch. Who's staring? Who do you think? Got this little, this shrimp pop over here. Yeah. This little fluff boy just staring at me. Giving me a little stare down, you. Yes, you is. Mm-hmm. Careful. Oh, I can't get that fuck. Can't wait to get boofed at him because it will encourage his boofing. Do not encourage his boofing. You goofy buddy. You're just a sweet thing. Here. Sit. Good boy. Stay. Good boy. But he's such a sweet boy. He is a sweet boy, but we don't need no goddamn, motherfucking boofing on this little guy, okay? We need less boofs. His little, like, his little groans and grunts and moans, like, I'm okay with those, because those are cute. Like, you'll do those. You'll be like, you just do those little noises. It's so cute. I'm okay with that. Man, the lick to this fucking song is so epic. It's such a simple one, though, but it's still epic. Ugh. Now, actually, I mean, because there's been like a lot of kind of news lately, especially on my like uni and stuff, with a lot of different action that's been going on and shit. And considering what's been going on with my stuff, I'm actually gonna see if I could try to hit up a possibility of trying to reach out to like some content creator about it and shit, because I know I'm already a part of TJ's Discord, and I kind of spread some news around there. So I'm actually gonna see if maybe I can see if I can hit TJ directly up about that over there and be like, hey, would you mind, talking about some like union and labor efforts, and more specifically what's going on over here about some shit. Not just to spread the word, but also kind of help bring more information and educate people on the whole aspect of labor and shit. At least especially contemporarily as well. Considering that I'm all in the muck of everything, probably the perfect person to talk to with it. I mean, being rank and file, and considering that like there's even shit that's starting to make that makes news and stuff that, I mean, not directly, well, I mean, I guess to a certain degree, but directly has a part in what I've done and what I play and shit when it comes to this stuff is really like, ooh, it's definitely kind of encouraging for me, especially considering there's a lot of more positivity just towards this type of shit in general. I actually think there was like some news segments. So I want to see if I could find some on this actually. Here, let's see if. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there was. Here we go. Is there any comments, actually? Oh, there's a few. What are people saying? The company, let alone one of the sides which violates its labor contract, deserves severe action to be taken against it, based. The unforeseen glitch causing the pay delays called corporate greed. Yep. Yeah, at least there's a lot of other people that are fucking understanding it. Boss, why are you late for work today? Me, unforeseen empty gas tank. Why were you not at work yesterday? Unforeseen rent bill. Hey, picture video. Yeah, well, we could get to that in a minute. Here, let's check this out first.
Workers haven't been paid the raises that they're owed in their new union contract. At the same time, those roughly 9,500 Albertsons and Safeway employees are watching everything around them become more expensive.
Yep.
Simon Gutierrez joins us now live in Northeast Portland with more details on this story and what's causing this delay. Simon?
Greed. Literally just corporate greed, stealing the wages of the fucking production of their workers just so they could scalp a little bit more extra profit off of them and off of the communities that they're having that rely on these places for groceries. Like, it's just nothing but, you know, more price gouging and more corporate greed to scalp as much profit off of the people as possible. That's literally what it is. There, summarize it. Next.
And they ratified the new union contract back on March 20th. The company had 60 days.
I voted in that. I made sure that got through.
Increases. They're now well past that mark. As the prices on the items on the store shelves they stock continue to rise, Safeway and Albertsons workers haven't seen any upward movement in their paychecks, even though their new union contract includes what the union describes as considerable wage increases, right around $1.
Which they are. They actually are, if they would fucking implement them. Because the union contract, you know, is something that guarantees that, and they are in there. But it doesn't really do much shit if the company don't implement them.
Depending on the employee. United Food and Commercial Workers Local 555, which represents about 12,000 Safeway and Albertsons workers in Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, has filed a class action grievance against the company, demanding wage increases be put into place immediately.
This is not a he said, she said thing. This is the employer failed to put in place a wage increase by a certain date. Strength of the union contract.
Dude, I need to get one of his shirts. Where do I get one of those shirts, Loki, though?
Gives you the ability to go back and say, we have a grievance process. You have to make our members whole.
A spokesperson for Safeway and Albertsons blamed the delay in implementing the pay increases on an unforeseen glitch with the new technology.
Unforeseen glitch with the new technologies we're using. Fuck you. Like, they barely upgrade the fucking software or hardware in the fucking programs at the stores in the first place as it stands now. What makes you think that, you know, they have some new technology they're using, you know, like, fuck off. This is some shit, dude. Like, you know, maybe for, like, corporate managers and the higher-ups and the CEOs and shit, maybe they do get, you know, some nice little extra tech gadgets and gizmos and shit. We actually just got some technology upgrades and stuff, but they're just basically iPads that make it more easy to do orders and, you know, do inventory and shit like that. They basically just streamlined the inventory aspect of things and made it easier, so it's not even something that I have to worry about, really. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. I mean, yeah, like, the idea of them having, like, these new unforeseen glitches of technology is, like, bullshit. Like, fuck off.
In a statement, the company said, quote, "We value our hardworking employees."
Oh, eat a dick. We value our hardworking employees. No, you all don't. If anything, they use the same technological glitches and all that shit, the technology glitch. They use the same thing to cut people out of journeyman pay, like me. Like, so they use this as a fucking excuse. They don't value the hardworking employees and shit. Give me a fucking break. And working quickly. No, they're not. Because if they were, they would have implemented this already.
Sure, they receive the raises they so rightfully earned.
Yeah. So give us them.
We regret the delay in our...
No, you don't.
However, we remain committed to rectifying the situation.
No, you don't.
So that the impacted associates will receive the full amount owed as soon as possible.
No, you don't. Because they literally are trying to cut people out by making people quit because they don't want to wait for their wages to increase and shit and find better employment, basically. So they don't have to pay them back pay. That's a lot of what they're doing right now. That's basically the main reason. Like, everyone knows why they're fucking doing it. Like, any type of idea in this PR bullshit is fucking garbage. And of course, it's a director of communications. Like, get the fuck out of here, McGinnis, you worthless little cocksucker.
Grievance, the union is demanding the company pay interest on the back pay workers didn't get.
Yeah, they better pay some interest.
Our members deserve the money when they're told they're going to be paid. That's the whole point of a contract.
Yeah, and interest. They better have some decent interest on that.
Matter what is causing it. The point is our members need to be made whole. The reasoning for it's irrelevant.
Yep. It don't fucking matter what the reason is.
He didn't provide a timeline or an estimate as to when this situation might be resolved. The union is hoping it will just be a couple of weeks. If for some reason it is not resolved in a timely manner, the two parties will eventually head to arbitration.
Which means they're going to court.
Northeast Portland. Simon Gutierrez, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right.
Which, by that point, they're about to see some strikes and walkouts, because a lot of my coworkers have said if they don't settle this shit and if they start going to arbitration, like, damn it, we'll do strike then. And I'm like, hey, and I was already telling them a little bit. It's like, I was already thinking about, getting some names down to see who wants to try to organize this. So it's like, you pretty much already, like, kind of answered the question for me on, for you especially. But it makes it a lot easier considering that there's, a lot of other people that will definitely be on board. Our entire department pretty much does. I don't know about morning crew. I never really ever get to see them that much, and I don't talk to them too often. So I don't know what their thoughts on it. I mean, considering that they honestly kind of get it nice and fucking easy, they probably would be a little against. It's like, oh, we like, how we pretty much have, like, it nice and easy, and we also sometimes don't always do our job fully. Like, one of them won't even, like, if there's, like, some shit that, like, crew might have forgotten, basically us, the night before, for, like, and, like, let's say, maybe the windows need to get wiped down a little extra or some shit, and I missed a spot or something. Like, or maybe I didn't, but somebody else didn't do them or some shit. And it's just like, some people in morning crew will just legit not fucking do that. It's like, oh, that's night crew's job. It's like, no, it's like night crew mean like the evening closing shifts, at a department. It's just like, no, it's fucking not. It's all of our goddamn jobs. Like, it's what? It's like, yeah, before you open up, just give it a quick wipe down real quick, and shit, while you're, changing out the different salads or something. Like, I mean, holy crap, like, what the fuck? If the hot cases aren't totally wiped down, you do it really quick while they're heating up, fuck, like, I mean, shit. It's just like, it's like a 5-minute thing, they could be doing while, they're waiting, for something else that they need to be doing, to, like, heat up or, get ready or whatever the fuck. It's just like, I mean, it's just stupid shit like that. I mean, so honestly, I don't know how morning crews feel about it and shit. I'm sure a lot of them, honestly, like, the dude I was talking to is a part of the morning crew, so I can just ask him. Because he was like, yeah, if this doesn't get solved 2 weeks, like, I'm out. And by out, I don't mean, like, quitting or anything. I mean, like, striking. And I'm like, well, fuck yeah, dude, because I'd be on board with it. I was telling him, it's like, dude, I got a guitar, I got, like, I got shit, like, I mean, I have experience, doing, picket lines and shit, like, bro, like, you and I can, like, fucking organize this. It's fair to say we live in the age of corporations, yep. Which is why it's so fucking important to fight back. This is kind of why I want to try to get the word out, you know what I mean? Because, like, this type of shit's important. And because I have direct experience in this type of stuff, and I, at least have, some access to people that, mainly like either Paul or TJ specifically, but not just them, but a couple other people that I could potentially at least reach out and have a conversation or at least talk this type of things about. It just gets the word more out there and just, if anything, just shows that, hey, young bucks are out there fucking, getting this done. Is, like that DSA thing that that like Hassan was interviewed for that we kind of were looking at the other day. Like, I mean, it just shows that there's a lot of young bucks out there that are just straight up like, just already know it. Like, they know, either on their own time or because they had decent enough fucking teachers through like high school and college and shit that have taught them these type of things and realize, oh fuck, connect the dots. These right-wing libertarian types will be like, if you want more pay, just work harder and throw logic on and watch them fume. Don't like immigration, stick your jobs, work harder, bro. Oh my god, dude, you should have told me this earlier, because I was actually telling my dad about this news. and telling him about, like, you know, this is what, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm glad, you know, we have at least a collective bargaining power to fight back this, and, you know, and shit. And he's like, well, I like personal bargaining myself, because, and you can, it's like, it's just the typical libertarian garbage, like, it just is, honestly. And I'm sitting here like, dude, you do realize that, like, the bosses, you know, fuck you over more, and like, no, they don't. If you work harder and show you're a good worker, basically being a good little cog, you know, it's just like, then you'll get a raise, you know, screw everyone else. It's like, that's not the point. In fact, that's the reason why there's collective bargaining, so no one else gets fucked over. Duh. It's like, God. It's like, yeah, it's, you know, it doesn't even mean you take the personal bargain aspect out of it. It just means that you have a collective power to at least have representation when you do. So let's say there's like something personally that you want out of the work that you do, like, hey, I'd like to maybe move up to a higher position and get a raise and this and that. Like, you could do that, but you actually have, you know, a collective bargaining power behind you to help negotiate that with you. It's like, God, like, what, you think collective bargaining power means that, oh, we all collectively argue for same stuff and nothing else. Everyone gets same pay and same thing. It's just like, oh my God, it's like, give me a break. Collective bargaining? What, communism? It's like, God, get me out of here. It's basically begging for a promise of being a good little drone. Yeah, essentially. Fuck that. Let's decide immigrants work too hard. Yeah, they do. They honestly do, because, frankly, they got more to lose. So they have more of an incentive to work harder. Shit, when I was installing carpet, I met more hardworking Mexicans than I ever seen. Dude, half of the fucking construction crews that are working on the roads right now are Hispanic and Latinos. And the other half are just average, you know, other folk or whatever. Well, average folk, or, you know, saying that, like, you know, yeah, like, they're, like, the Hispanic crews aren't. But honestly, the likelihood that either they're first or second gen immigrants is probably, like I bet on that and I fucking win. Like, I could bet all in on every fucking dollar I own and I double all that money. Like, I mean, guaranteed. Because all of them, you know, are very heavily Spanish speaking, people and shit. And I hear them all the time, just, you know, chatting it out, listening to mariachi music and shit straight up, like the whole nine. And the other half are basically either women or, you know, just a hodgepodge of, like, older white guys, basically. Like, I mean, it's pretty much like a legit diverse mix of different people. And honestly, seeing a bunch of women working out there doing the job that a lot of men are doing is pretty badass. I'm not even gonna lie. Watching the women doing the work out there, I'm like, fucking, you know, get at it, girls. Fuck yeah. Señora Bebedejadas and Lopez is making tacos. Lopez at the grill waving. Hola. I know, dude. Dude, I really do love Hispanic people. And, like, a lot of the culture that kind of emulates, you know, out of it. Because I've been exposed to a lot of it growing up. Like, my high school especially was at least, like, when I was growing up, probably, like, straight up either 40 or 45% Hispanic and, like, 45%. Like, it was literally, like, half and half, like, white and Hispanic Latino. And the last little portion was either Native American or black. And, like, in, you know, just being exposed around it and having friends and going to their houses and shit. Dude, I remember this one time. Oh my God, I loved it. Like, we went to one of my Hispanic friends' apartment with me and my other friend Logan, who's been on streams before and shit. And yeah, we went to his house, and his pop just came back from work, and the football game, soccer actually, but the football game happened to be on Telemundo. So they were watching that, and his mom was making some tacos and stuff, and we were just visiting for a little bit. You know, but they straight up made, like, a whole bunch of tacos and shit, like, almost like they were expecting us, but they didn't. They were just like, oh, hello, you know, it's like, your friends showed up, oh, what's up, you know, and they're all chilling and having a good time, and his dad just didn't give a fuck. He was just enjoying the game, having a fucking Modelo or something, and just going off, you know, with the game. He's like, hey, I'm going on, I'm not even gonna try to mimic it, but, you know, just him going off with the game and stuff, and it was honestly, like, me and my friend, and then, our buddy, we all were just kind of watching too, and then him and his dad were kind of talking and stuff, and, you know, having a good time, and me and my friend was like, well, I don't know what they're saying, but I'm enjoying this game, and they are too, so, you know, we're all having a good time. This is great. You know, we're like, it was fun. Like, I mean, it just shows that, like, they're just, like, I mean, it's the same shit, you know, whenever, like, me and my family had, like, football and shit, like, you know, when the fucking, like, Super Bowl goes on, they have a couple buddies over and all this shit. It's just the same shit. I mean, so it's like, I mean, when you be exposed to it, I mean, it just shows that they're just fucking people. Curious, it's as if that, you know, skin tone and ethnicity is arbitrary. Odd. But, I mean, in a lot of ways, though, I still love it just because, I mean, it's in a way, you know, different, you know, in comparison to a lot of, like, American culture, but at the same time, there's honestly a lot of similarities, too. I love Mexican, Tex-Mex. Oh, same here, dude. Same here. Like, the place I go get my burritos at is ran by a family-owned immigrant family that came from Mexico. And I think they might be a third or fourth gen because there's, like, they have, like, you know, people who are like, old, middle-aged, and young working over there and stuff. Like, you know, it's like I said, it's like a whole family op. So, I mean, you know, at least, you know, for the place I go, I mean, they go way back, you know, so, but either way, it's still, like, I mean, it's cool, because, I mean, it just shows that, you know, even, no matter really how far back they go, it just shows that, like, in a lot of ways, how much more harder they're willing to, like, you know, try to achieve the whole American dream and shit that, you know, they were sold. Which, if anything, for me, I'm, like, good on. I'm, like, I mean, I'm glad. Like, I mean, it just shows that, you know, whatever opportunities, you know, they, you know, or whatever shit they fled from to, you know, seek better opportunities, it worked out. I mean, it's just, I wish it was like that for, I don't know, across the board and as the basic standard. So the food is delicious, but holy fuck, it's bad for you. Oh, dude, I know. Cajun food. Oh, dude, I love Cajun. Oh, God, Cajun food. Oh, yes. God, like, that's the only thing the South really has truly going for itself. It's probably, like, some cool museums, like, you know, maybe some cool World War II forts to check out, maybe. And the food. And maybe, like, some places like New Orleans, fucking Austin, you know, some shit like that. Like, I mean, that's pretty much all they got going for them. And maybe some places have some cool natural monument places. Like, you know, natural parks or some shit. I had jerky chicken for the first time on my birthday. Fucking perfect. Jerk chicken or jerky chicken? Did you forget the Y, or is it jerk chicken? Because jerk chicken I've never heard of. Oh, God, hiccups. Do we mind hiccups? Goddamn. Jerk. Okay, jerk chicken. Yeah, I have. What is that? I haven't heard of it. You're saying it's perfect, and I love me some chicken. So if you're saying it's fucking perfect, I mean, I'd love to be enlightened. Caribbean style. Oh, that just sounds awesome, dude. It's gas and spice. I spent a week so far called Haunted World War II on a so-called haunted World War II battleship, and the other. Then some weird boat noises and footsteps. I didn't experience anything. The weird footsteps are probably just other people walking around, and the weird boat noises as well. It's a fucking boat. Because it has, it's being pitched as haunted, it's just going to be more placebo effect of, ooh, spooky. Spice and everything nice. Oh, yes. Dude, spicy chicken. Oh, yes, please. Oh, my God. And also some kind of seasoned banana slices. Whole, ooh, a little bit of sweet. Ooh. Popeyes is something I'll miss, and Whataburger. We have Popeyes up here. Wait, hold on. We have Popeyes up here. You will not have to miss Popeyes. We do indeed have a Popeyes up here. We have a few. And Chick-fil-A. If you care about that at all. Unfortunately, we do not have Whataburger, which I am sad. I will unironically, like, fucking maybe, like, I'll go to, like, the, whatever the corporate email for Whataburger is, and actually, like, as an Oregonian, I pitch. And I guarantee you, it will fucking sell if you establish a Whataburger up here in Portland. It doesn't have, I don't care where it is. I'll literally make the pilgrimage. But just establish one. Just one. Just test the waters. It'll sell. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I already know. It will. I mean, people will go for it. Because straight up, like, honestly, like, I mean, say what you want. Like, I mean, their beef is actually legit, you know, good. That's why, you know, it's so acclaimed, at least. And it's heavily debated between a bunch of fucking people. They're like, oh, you know, let's, you know, it's like, actually, In-N-Out's better. Oh, this is better. That. And it's like, oh my god, who gives a fuck? I never had Whataburger, and so far I haven't had any of the other ones that people so, you know, dastardly acclaim about. So it's like, I'm just gonna, you know, sit on the Whataburger King, you know, King of the Hill there. So fuck you. Saw a video of this dude takes fast food places that have made a gourmet, and he has Popeye's chicken jerked. Oh, that just sounds. Oh, that sounds based. Oh, that sounds awesome. So jerked is basically just Caribbean style. But, cool. Good to know, though. Oh, I just realized I got that sweet revenge that my roommate told me I can have. Do I want that? Oh, okay, I'm going to debate that in my mind. Let's see how I feel after this last drink that I have right now. Steak and Shake is something you should try if you're ever down here. Steak and Shake? I think I've heard of it. I don't know if they have them down here, but or up here, I should say. But I think I have heard of it. I was gonna look up for that like Hey Preacher video, but I also saw something else I want to check out first, just because I know we were talking about labor earlier. Their shakes get crazy big in the dine-in. Oh, really? Ooh. Hey, what brings all the boys in the yard? I don't know. What does? Big booty. Big booties. Some wet-ass P-words. Making that pull-out game weak. Oh my god, I'm just imagining the day that, like, they do the song reference. Yeah, I know the song, I just don't know the lyrics. I literally don't. I know what the song was, I'm just sitting here like, I don't know anything about the lyrics besides that, like, that, the boys in the yard, like, that's literally all I know. I don't know anything else about the song. I've just heard it before. I know what it is. I just don't know the lyrics or, like, really anything besides that. In the words of my female friends, I got that gorilla grip. Because it's gorilla. The gorilla grip. Oh my god, I'm seeing, like, another fucking article I want to look at. You know, before we look at the video, I want to look at the actual article. I was notified. Well, actually, let me see it, or is it going to... Okay, here it is. Oregon County declares emergency... Oregon County declares the state of emergency over water contamination. Is it my... Oh, thank God it's not my county. Whew! Okay, it's not my county. We're good. Officials in Oregon's Murrow County... along the Columbia River have declared a local state of emergency after private well testing showed high levels of nitrate contamination. OPB reports during the Thursday special meeting, Morrow County Commissioners voted 3-0 in favor for the measure, which will allow the county to take immediate action to protect drinking water. Well, thank God. No one voted against that. It's like, hey, should we vote against, you know, protecting our drinking water? Maybe. Just shut the fuck up. No. You better vote yes. I don't even want to hear anything. We were just saying that just, you know, for fucking, you know, like, you know, procedure purposes. Oh, okay. Ah! I clicked an ad. Get out of here, ad. Fredonia. Fuck you, Fredonia. Fuck you. This sounds like some, like, weird... That sounds like a fucking, like, micronation cult that, like, segregated away from America somewhere or some shit. That would be, like, in the South. We're Fredonia now, sons of bitches, because we're free out here. Fredonia, brother. The county distributed bottled water will set up a water distribution trailers and small to medium Boardman. It's so small, I don't even think I've ever heard of that place. Earlier this year, honestly, I'm now thinking about it, I don't think I ever have heard of that place. And there's a city called Boardman in Oregon, I guess. Boardman, wow. Earlier this year, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality fined the Port of Murrow $1.3 million for over applying tons of nitrogen-rich wastewater in their agricultural fields. So the Port of Murrow is just like, yeah, let's just over-apply a bunch of nitrogen-rich wastewater all over this agricultural fields and pollute the goddamn fucking, waterways and stuff, because, well, it gotta go somewhere, just got to go somewhere, brother, I tell you what. It's America. Come on now. Oh, is that it? I guess that's it. The port says it's looking at pollution reduction measures. Bullshit. It's looking for a PR spin to make themselves look good and not do anything about it. Yeah, that's basically what's going on in Murrow County in Oregon as well, I guess. Fucking corporation, I'm assuming, or the Port of Murrow. I mean, I'm assuming that's a corporation that happens to be based there or something. I would assume. Either way, it's just like, I mean, it just sounds like, we're just gonna kind of like, skirt new regulations and, we got caught. Well, here, hold on. We'll look into some pollution reduction measures. Actually, a PR spin to make this look good. But, hey. We'll just, get the slap on the wrist and not do anything about it and just, take a little business as usual. Yeah. Guarantee what's gonna happen. But yeah, I like every now and then I'll get like little fucking notifications for little news blurbs I'll see right here, and I'll be like, oh hey, look at that. Did you say corporation was based? No. I literally said, hey, let's all do a PR. Like I was literally doing do a PR. Like I was pretending to be like the PR fucking corporate CEO shitbag. Like doing a bit, being like, oh, hey, make sure that that we do a PR spin that makes us look good in this. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, cool. Like that's what I was saying when I was doing that. Dude, like, why would I say corporations are based? I literally want to eat them. In Stellaris, you can make zombies do basic work as a religious megacorp. Oh yeah, Stellaris, you can do crazy fucking shit. That depends. Can we make dead people work? Not yet, but we're working on it. Fine. Give them clean water, I guess. Yeah, but I actually saw this earlier because, honestly, I mean, in a way, like, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, when it comes to my situation with our company, like, trying to weed out people who don't want to stay, to try to get the wage increases and shit, it's basically a way to crack down on employees who are pro-union and voted in this type of shit and want to wait for their fucking back pay and their wage increases and shit. And also to the workers that all, got these new contract in. It's basically just a way to fucking undermine the union efforts as a tacit union bust because, like, oh, we could just make a bunch of people quit, not get their back pay, and thus are no longer necessarily part of the union, so to speak, unless they decide they want to continue, being affiliated with them and, working with them and shit. Or whatever the fuck. Which most likely, 99.9% of the time, probably won't, unless they go into a job that union is also a part of. Which, theoretically, that is possible. So, I mean, unless there's, like, certain circumstances, chances are that ain't going to be the case. So it's just like, I mean, it's a way to essentially try to gut the union of, some workers and also undermine and sow discord and sow doubt within the rank and file union members. And also just steal the fucking wages of workers. So, I mean, it's kind of a multiple different pronged strategy that corporations fucking do. And a lot of it is not maybe direct as what Starbucks is doing, considering that there's been over 100 plus unionized or successful unionization efforts for Starbucks, not just in the United States, but also in places like in Canada, too. So this is international now, like when it comes to unionization and labor movement, at least when it comes to Starbucks. So, I mean, and also, if that's the case, then we'll probably likely see that for other places too, like Amazon and shit. So, I mean, I'm honestly very surprised, but very happy and optimistic about how, like, fast the Starbucks fucking union efforts have been going, because that ball rolled so quick. Like, I remember, like, not even, like, you know, a month ago where it's like, oh, yeah, there's been, like, over 20. Oh, now there's been over, like, 50. Oh, now it's over 80. Over 100. It's like, Jesus. Like, I mean, they're just boom, 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 boom. It's like, let's go, baby. Dude, Starbucks is getting fucking, like, the labor fucking fist up their ass, and I love it. Sounds horrifying. Don't you mean wonderful? After you're dead, your ball, it toils even more for the company. But who gets to pay? Oh, well, you know, it's inheritance. It might be loud.
Starbucks,
a
union busting company, and they're
Mike, Jesus, you literally like overshot. Okay, whatever.
Get more hostile as unionization continues to spread. Now the good
as it usually happens, and including companies that already have been unionized, they will also be incessantly hostile because they want to try to find a way to kind of weed them out. Because even though there are a lot of companies that are unionized, that doesn't necessarily mean they like it.
More than 100 Starbucks have unionized since the first store unionized last year.
Let's go, baby!
November or December. But we're to the situation now where they are absolutely desperate. And so let's hear from Katie McCoy, who's a Starbucks employee. So today I was suspended without pay indefinitely, aka soon to be fired, after organizing a union in my store. I was cornered in the back room by my manager and felt unsafe after weeks of targeting and...
Cornered? Yo. Imagine your manager be like, hey, can you come into my office, please? You hear that? You're just like, you go in there. They're like, all right, get in that corner. You're like, all right, so, excuse me, were you unionizing? Excuse me, were you doing some unionization efforts here? And you're just in this corner like, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Like, dude, I would like, you know what? I don't even give a fuck. Pepper spray. Psst. Pepper spray. Life feel threatened. Oh, God. Assault.
Hi. So I recorded the audio. Starbucks, you are disgusting. This right here is illegal. You can't do that.
Yeah, that is actually illegal, by the way. It actually is. And also, like, I mean, what our company is fucking doing, and Albertsons too, but, like, what these companies are doing to us is fucking illegal. That's why this shit could potentially go to fucking court in arbitration, because, like, straight up, I mean, this shit is fucking criminal and illegal. It just is. And that's why fighting for it and, you know, getting people more rabble-roused and organized and radical when it comes to labor and shit, especially when they're directly impacted by it, I mean, it's just so fucking important. Managers are either assholes or bland as fuck, or both, like mine. Well, my department manager is neither of those. Well, she can kind of be an asshole, but not really. If you get on her bad side and, you know, and shit, I've seen her be an asshole. But sometimes to the right people, and I'm okay with that. But at least when it comes to the store manager, though, nah, he's an asshole and bland as fuck. God, he's the worst. I know people who would actually go back and work there again if he wasn't working as a store manager, because he's that bad. Because it's like, hey, you know, because in a lot of ways, it's not like, you know, people don't, you know, appreciate or enjoy or don't mind, you know, doing this type of work, because, you know, people don't. Like, I mean, I definitely don't mind it myself, but honestly, it just, you know, depending on who operates shit, you know, when it comes to the store or your department or otherwise, it makes a big fucking difference. And there's a major understanding as to why, yeah, you know, frankly, when it comes to working, at least at our store specifically, yeah, I, you know, wouldn't want to work there because, you know, the store manager is a fucking piece of shit and an asshole. And also bland as fuck.
Can't do that. But you see, these companies, they don't care. Because,
they don't.
You know, what's gonna happen? Slap on the wrist, you pay a fine.
Yeah, honestly, realistically, that's what the fuck companies gotta have to do. And they might have to take a cut of the profits because they have to, you know, do back pay when it comes to a lot of the wage increases and all that shit. You know, so it's like, I mean, they're all just fucking crying because they don't get their bonuses and they don't get, you know, their profit maximization every fucking quarters. So their profits are higher than the last quarter. They just get all butthurt and sad, you know, whenever that shit happens. And you know what? Get fucked. It's like, frankly, what, you can't take a cut, you know, a couple quarters and shit? Why don't you take a cut, you know, one of your fucking profit quarters, you know, just so you can maybe, I don't know, invest in better equipment for your goddamn department? Like, you know, because fuck, I mean, or departments really at your stores, you know, overall, not even just mine. Because Jesus Christ, like, honestly, there's so many fucking, like, things when it comes to, like, our department that can use goddamn upgrades. Like, I mean, luckily we actually did recently get one for our dishwasher because one of the parts broke off of it. So we did get an upgrade on that a little bit. But, like, we can use the upgrade on our fucking fryers, our toaster oven for the fucking sandwich bar can use an upgrade. The fucking slicers, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, could probably be upgraded with better and more efficient slicers and shit. The fucking hot cases could probably be upgraded. There's a lot of fucking things that could, and, you know, and be invested. So, you know, honestly, they could be a lot more nice. And when it comes to beautification, you know, when it comes to making a place look good, you know, when someone walks in, they could do a fucking lot to really, you know, be doing some shit like that. But, oh no, they have to go by corporate standardizations and not give a fuck and make sure that the profit margins are good enough. Yes. It's like, fucking eat a dick. It's like, frankly, when it comes to, like, there needs to be, like, some law, honestly. Like, a federal law in place where it's like, hey, when it comes to, like, corporate board meetings, and when it comes to, like, any of them. It doesn't even really matter what the fuck it is. Any of them. There needs to at least be, like, let's say, like, these corporate board meetings, have, like, 10 people in them. There needs to at least be the equivalent amount of at least, you know, average Joe rank and file fucking workers of those fucking companies, you know, also in those meetings to let them know about, you know, on the ground experience, you know, when it comes to, you know, on the ground fucking, like, factory floor type of shit that's going on and what's needed and what's necessary to make sure things are better up and running. And I'm saying at least, you know, equal amount, just so they at least have more of a collective fucking voice. You know, because if you have, like, only, like, 2 or 3 of them on there, it ain't really going to do much because they're just going to get talked over. But, yeah, have at least the equal amount and it's 50-50, then they have a more of a collective voice and at least have a lot more power as, you know, just one voice made into 10. You know, it's just more of an expansion to hold a collective bargaining power. Like, this needs to be a fucking thing because, like, these corporate stuff suit motherfuckers don't give a shit. But if they have it in their fucking ear 24/7 at their meetings and shit all the time, blaring at them like, hey, why aren't we getting this? Hey, we need this. Hey, you know, a lot of our stores could use an improvement on this type of equipment. Oh, a lot of, you know, places could use, you know, maybe a different standards or when it comes to this type of thing or blah blah blah. Like, they'll have to fucking listen at that point because they'll be in their fucking ear 24/7. Every fucking board meeting and every goddamn little corporate investment meeting and all this other garbage. It needs to be like some fucking law. Because, I mean, frankly, I mean, you know, just casual, like, you know, usual collective bargaining unionization efforts as it is now is good, but, I mean, it really needs to fundamentally go far further than that when it comes to not just democratization of the workplace, but having more of a voice when it comes to a worker and the boss in the fucking company that they work for. There just needs to be. Because, frankly, at the end of the day, our voice fucking matters because we're the ones that make sure the cogs fucking run. Like, I mean, you could put all the money you want into it to make sure that you get your factory, but the cogs don't run unless you have a bunch of people operating it. So, their voices obviously are going to need to be necessary to be listened to, at least to some degree, because, hey, they're going to be the ones who know and are most experienced with all that shit. And, you know, you're going to want to make sure you listen to people that, you know, obviously know how things work and how the thing, you know, what you want done, you know, is operated correctly, right? You want to make sure that person is knowledgeable. And the person with the most experience, obviously, is going to be the people on the ground with that. So, maybe if money wasn't so much in your fucking way and clouding your fucking brains, you corporate parasite robber baron motherfuckers, maybe, you know, we wouldn't have such a fucking problem with all ya. Like, honestly. If you just get, like, frankly, even if there was, like, even an iota of a fuck given by these corporate sons of bitches, you know, these days and shit, like, I mean, just even an iota of a fuck, there wouldn't be as, you know, there would not be as much of a strong, you know, labor move going on right now as, with this type of shit. Like, straight up, because then they'll be like, oh, well, hey, every now and then, this company's offering stuff, and then it's like, come on, I mean, they're offering stuff, you know, there's some things. It's like if they gave even an iota of a fuck, but they don't. And at the end of the day, it bites them in the ass more so than they think. Because, well, it's too much on their mind. Got money on my mind and money on... oh my god, Jesus Christ. Okay, now I'm getting a little buzzed. But it's like, mind on my money and my money on my mind. There we go. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. I got it. I got it there. I'm not dumb, I promise. But Ignite, don't you know? At Safeway, a fam... oh, God. At least when it comes to my fellow coworkers, when I'm talking with them, to a degree, yes. But whenever I hear that from the corporate stuff suits up above, fuck them. Like, I hear from the, one of my China chefs that we have, you know, who's actually one of the higher-ups for all the different China chefs that work for the district specifically. He's like the, I think he's like the main manager for all of them, for at least for the district here. And he, you know, he's saying, you know, he also says, like, man, you know, it's like, you know, when we're all working here, it's like we're all, you know, like a team. We're kind of like a family in a little bit, like dysfunctional, but we're a family still, you know, stuff like that. I mean, it's like, you know, yeah, I mean, you know, there's truth to that. I mean, but it's like, you know, it would matter a lot more if the fucking higher-ups actually gave a shit about that, but obviously they don't, because they preach and talk about that a lot. But when it comes to, you know, my average, like, I mean, that's why when it comes to, like, you know, the job that I work at, it's like, I mean, I don't really give a fuck when it comes to my coworkers and shit. And I was even telling them that earlier today. It's like, when it comes to at least, you know, stepping up to the plate, like you know, as little as it might be, you know, when I'm working there, or as much as it might be, depending on my mood, I guess. I mean, it's because of them. I don't want to fuck, you know, my the other coworkers over in that way. You know, because it gives, you know, unnecessary stress from the corporate stuff fucks up above, you know, off our back, because then they will have less to bitch at us about, making our stress less, you know, less shitty. And at that point, most of our stress just comes from more of the just typical usual bullshit, or just customers when it gets slammed, you know, when it get, you know, rush and shit. So it's just like, I mean, there's a lot of different things that, you know, will come into play with that type of stuff that, you know, just, I mean, it really just comes down to solidarity, really. I mean, it's not just, you know, solidarity amongst the workers when it comes to, like, you know, labor, when it comes to, like, unions and shit like that, but also when you're actually just at the workplace just doing your usual shit. Like, I mean, don't go there, you know, like, you know, trying to put the extra step forward for the company and shit, because fuck them. I'm like, I could give a fuck about, you know, the company and shit. Like, they're goddamn robber baron, parasitical shitbags, as far as I care. But when it comes to, at least, you know, when I do step up there, it's just so, you know, like, everyone else that, you know, that I work with and shit doesn't have to, you know, have more stress, you know, when they have to work there the next day. Which means, you know, the higher-ups and store manager won't fuck with them as much. Pizza Party does not equate to neglect of wage raising. Oh, yeah, we'll get those every now and then. We haven't really gotten those in a while, but, you know, every now and then we would get those. And it's just like, so, it's nice. Yeah, I guess. I mean, but, yeah, we would like to actually have wages, please. Name a good bar in Portland. Kenton Club, Kelly's, The Waking Tiger, Ground Control, because that's also an arcade bar. Has arcades in there. God damn it, you're making me go down a list. Honestly, there's a lot of them. I wish my friend Rip City was in here because he would know a lot more. I mean, the Wichita Pub. But that one is not really in Portland. That's my little watering hole that I go to. Ignore, there's no I in team. Granted, however, there's an eye in Ignal's gun. More than one, too. Arcade bar? Yeah, ground control. Yep, dude, honestly, it's fucking awesome. And it's also right off the light rail max lines that are around here, so when it comes to accessibility and getting there, it's so easy. I mean, I can get there, obviously not tonight, but if I wanted to, I can take the light rail line that's over here by me and just take it all the way over there, and I could just get off and I'll be right there. Actually, back when Jimmy Dore wasn't cringe, like, I actually saw a live show from the Alberta Roast Theater, which happens to be right down the street from it. So, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of really cool fucking places in Portland, dude. Not just bars, but all sorts of places. Like restaurants that are also like breweries, like bars that are breweries, you know, just different cool little restaurants, different, just... Oh, there's also another one that's the Something Turtle. I forgot what it was called, but it's like the Something Turtle, and it's near the Portland State University campus, which also incorporates a decent fucking chunk of Portland, by the way. It's like one of the largest campuses in Oregon, I know for sure. I don't know about like the country, but it's like legit, like, I mean, a fucking huge chunk of the campus is straight up just like a small chunk, like a small, there's like a tiny little like sliver of Portland that just straight up is just PSU. And yeah, it just kind of looks a little bit like Portland, but there's just a lot more, well, PSU buildings around. Dude, you will fucking love it in Portland. Whenever rallies happen, and whenever, oh my god, if there's like another, you know, crazy ass shit that, you know, I was seeing in 2020, 21, dude, oh my god, you'll in a weird fucked up way, it'll be like a heavenly hell. A blissful hell in a way. Down to protest. Dude, we get fucking down when we protest up here, bro. Why do you think conservatives and fucking far-right fascists cry about Portland so much? Because when, like, Portland protests, we fucking protest, boy. We fucking go down. And I love it. So, man, you should see some of the shit I do when I'm not streaming those things. Dude, you need to go. Dude, not only you'll be able to visit Portland, but you'll be in Seattle. We'll get you up in the Cascade Mountains. We'll get you up on the coast. Bruh, like the first year, you're gonna just like officially induct me in Antifa. You already were, bro. You essentially already were. You know, I mean, there just wasn't really many allies, you know, for you out there. Because it's Alabama, it's a shithole. If you're in Birmingham, then it'd be a different story, but you're not, so. But hey, oh my god, dude, it's gonna be legit. And man, honestly, dude, some of the shit that, you know, when it comes to a lot of the different protesting action and shit, there's a lot of really cool stuff too outside of, you know, the more intense things. Like usually, honestly, for the most part, things tend to be pretty chill, but you tend to meet just a lot of really cool people. Like I've, you know, like the last time I went to, which was when the Proud Boys were trying to come in here one more time, and Patriot Repair and all those stupid fucking yokels. Like, I met all sorts of people of all walks of life. I met, like, different, like, union labor activists. I'd met, you know, Black Lives Matter activists, and, yeah, some black nationalists, as much as I disagree with them, honestly. And then I met a lot of different, you know, like, liberal types, you know, just old, you know, average young, you know, like, kind of white, you know, dude type of guys. I've met, you know, like, you know, the more anarcho-feminist types and shit. Like, dude, I mean, honestly, when it comes down to it, like, you will meet all sorts of fucking people out here. I mean, Portland's got, you know, this fucking problems. And honestly, it has a lot of shit libs and NIMBYs and, you know, corporate sludge shittery, you know, and, you know, a lot of things. It's got its problems, and it's got a lot of flaws, but I mean, one thing you can't take away is Portland is fucking, these days at least, very diverse. Please tell me you don't have Waffle Houses. Yeah, I don't think we do. Because I want to go to a Waffle House. I actually would. Very organized Edgar mom. So we were in agreement on schedule. Then 7, burned down a corporate store owners. 8, slashed police sirens. 9, stormed the mayor's home. 10, celebrate at Waffle House. Hell yeah, dude. For us, it would be like Chick-fil-A. Not Chick-fil-A. It would be like Chipotle. Or, you know, some sort of local, like, you know, Portland establishment or something. It's like, well, I'll meet, you know, order a nice, like, big fat order at Chipotle. And then we'll go meet at this little park at the waterfront. Oh, and you also get the references to a lot of Portland PDX memes. And also you'll know what the Big Pink is. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me show you the Big Pink. Because the Big Pink is pretty cool. I've had Chipotle. You never had Chipotle? Oh, I've had Chipotle. Chipotle can be pretty good. Honestly, I will say, though, they don't have, at least the ones that I've always been to, they never have a lot of ingredients. Which, honestly, I'm just thinking that's just how Chipotle is. They don't have a lot of stuff. But I've had, like, chicken, rice, burritos and shit, and heated those bad boys up. I actually remembered I started one stream of one of the protests I went to. Straight up, just for the first, like, 5 minutes, I was sitting on a bench just straight up just scarfing a fucking Chipotle burrito. And I was like, alright, just finished my Chipotle burrito. That was very delicious. Alright, let's go see what's going on now. For the first, like, it was back when I was streaming them on Twitch and shit, but it was one of the times where I'm like, alright, you know what? I need a burrito, but I want to make sure, since I'm already here, having the stream going, but I'm scarfing this bitch down. I say Waffle House in Atlanta might say people left it alone during the riots. Well, yeah, because who wants to fuck with Waffle House? It's fucking bomb. But here, let me look up the Big Pink. At least that's what we nickname it. It's called the U.S. Bank Corp Tower. Hey, there it is in its glory. In its shining glory. The Big Pink. Apparently, on one of these floors, there's a fucking restaurant. And it's goddamn bourgeois expensive to go to. But, oh my god, if I had fuck you money, I'd totally eat up there. But that's the Big Pink. But it's quite the sight to see. Especially off in the distance, because it sticks up like a fucking, well, big pink dick. Hence the Big Pink. It's early on Wikipedia even says it. U.S. Bank Corp Tower, also known as the Big Pink, is a 42-story skyscraper in Oregon. The second tallest building in the city after the Wells Fargo Center. Which, wait, hold on, what building is that? Oh, it's that one! Frankly, I'm not even gonna lie, because of the optical illusions, every time I see these two buildings... So this is the Wells Fargo Center right here. And frankly, I've been next to this, because I think they're on the same street. Which also, the fucking yellow and orange line max rails go right next to the street when going north. And also, and at least when it comes to illusions of optics, when you're looking at them from perspective, the Big Pink looks bigger. So I honestly thought that was the tallest building. So, okay, I guess I didn't know that. Oh, it even shows right here, yeah, a little map. A little map right there, yeah. Yes, Wells Fargo up there. Yep, and fuck them. As far as I'm concerned, tell you what. It's slightly taller, so that's why it kind of looks like this one's taller, because they're just barely taller than each other. In October 2019, the building was awarded Leadership in Energy Environmental Design Platinum certification for environmental sustainability by the U.S. Green Building Council. Okay, well, ooh, good for it. Oh yeah, it is on the same road. You can see. Yeah. It's also right next to the Rose Center, or the not the Rose Center, the fucking what's it called? Oh my God, Roseland Theater. Jesus Christ. But also, I do think there is a restaurant in here. A restaurant. Is it Trump Tower in Seattle or something, or I'm really drunk and stoned? I think Trump Tower, I think there's a bunch of Trump Towers. Here, we're on Wikipedia, let's look it up. Trump Tower. Manhattan, New York. Is that the only one? Or is there other... Oh my God, look at this fucking... Oh my God, this looks disgusting. This looks fucking gross. If I... Oh my... Ugh. Oh my God, that just looks disgusting. Ugh. Well, it ain't owned by Trump no more. It's owned by GMAC Commercial Mortgage. Bougie Tower is bougie. Yo, have you seen Bezos' balls? Here, I have them on my camera. I actually have taken pictures of them. I've seen the balls of Bezos. Here, let me go on my gallery. Hold on, just give me a second. It's when I saw fucking goddamn Royal Blood in Seattle. Which, by the way, Royal Blood is fucking kick-ass. And based beyond recognition. Alright, where's the balls of Bezos? The Bezos balls. Ah, I have found the balls of Bezos. I actually have a video of it. Which I honestly was meaning to upload as like a little YouTube short or some shit. The balls of Bezos. Territory. We have found the Bezos balls. Bezos balls!
Oh shit, one of his shafts just moved by.
The shafts.
I guess you could say we kind of got a little balls deep with Bezos' balls. So much ballsiness, yes.
So much ballsiness. Oh my God. This actually look at him. Look at these balls. Look at all those balls. Oh my God, dude. Man, dude, Seattle's fucking pretty dope, though. And also, I found this little fucking furry sticker in fucking Seattle. And a bunch of other cool things. It reminds me of Portland. Dog Stays Brewing, Sit, Stay, Drink. I definitely need to look that up because I want some of that because it looks good. Never forget 420, Trash Baby. Community Watch Area, Police Snot. It got scratched out, so I don't even know. All sorts of random. Oh, kneel. Oh, well, I'm not going to zoom in too deep, but it says kneel for the cross, stand for the flag, beg for the cock. I'm not going to zoom in too close because I don't want YouTube to be like, hold on now, excuse me. Also, right across the street from where all this cool architecture is was literally a BDSM, like, pup leather. Do I have actually a picture of it? Hold on. I think I have a picture of the sign of it. That was also in the... Oh, I do! Yeah, here it is. What's your kink? Doghouse Leathers. When I go to Seattle, I'm actually going to visit that place. Because when I first saw it, because I literally saw, like, an unironic pup walk out of there with a pup hood on. I'm like, oh, hello. The dude actually didn't look bad. He actually looked pretty good looking. I'm like, okay, goddamn it, what the fuck? I'm slowly spreading anti-fascist stickers all across my local town. Dude, splatter them fucking everywhere before you leave. Like, literally, like, I'm gonna, like, I'm gonna show you some different, Etsy shops that have some really base stickers. So, I'll definitely most certainly have to show you a lot of them. Dude, this fucking painting right here is pretty cool. The brain, but instead of a nervous system, got, like, some butterflies chilling. But it's actually an electrical cord. electric brain with a bunch of butterflies going around it, like, oh shit. Reminds me a lot of Portland, though. Like, Seattle's just basically a more leftist Portland, honestly. Because they actually do have a legit pretty lefty district, and they actually have, like, unironic socialists in their fucking, you know, city council and shit. The only one we have isn't really an outright socialist, but her name's Joanne Hardesty. And she's at least a lefty progressive, but she's pretty much the closest thing we got. And it's like, well, I mean, I'm not literally in Portland, so not we for me specifically, but I mean, I'm close enough to Portland that, I mean, I kind of see myself in it as well as, you know, where I live too. So, I mean, whatever. But anyway, it's just like, it's still stupid because fuck Ted Wheeler. He's a goddamn piece of shit. All the other corporate shitbag, cunt bag fucks, you know, it's, ugh. I'm so done with them. And I'm hoping that, you know, with this coming election for the general, that, I mean, there's some better fucking people that are in there besides just Joanne. Because I know she's most certainly going to win re-election. Because, honestly, I mean, considering, you know, what she's done, she's actually been able to push things and actually has at least a record of one thing, so she has stuff, you know, for herself as well. And for me, too, there's a lot of, you know, great, awesome, you know, candidates around here locally. So it's just like, I mean, I'm feeling pretty comfortable because pretty much all of them won their elections outside of maybe one or two of them. So it's just like, fuck yeah. So honestly, you know, for at least around here, I mean, things are going the right direction. But at least for more specific areas like Minola County with Portland, like, oh my god, they still got quite a ways to go. They still got some, they need some things worked on over there, I tell you what there, brother. Yeah. You know what, here, let's just check out this fucking hate preacher thing, because I know we will want to check this out here in a minute. So, you know, fuck it, we'll just go to that. We already kind of discussed the Starbucks thing. Yeah, I think we said our piece about that. Corporate shitbags. You know, fucking cocksuckers that, you know, just would rather, you know, just have good obedient drones instead of, I don't know, basically having good, decent standards for their fucking workers and shit. But anyway, but yeah. What about Christo-fascism and far-right American nationalism? Yeah. What about that? You know what I mean? You know, let's see what that's about.
All of this hate against LGBTQ plus people has led to hate preachers essentially really going full mask off, right? So this article here from Only Sky reads, Christian hate preacher calls for the execution of every single homosexual. To mark Pride Month, Dylan Oz of Steadfast Baptist Church spread more
Dylan Oz. Well, it would be such a fucking travesty if people just suddenly just came out with his address and, you know, where he happened to live. I mean, wouldn't that just be such an unfortunate fucking thing to happen to him? Oh, I think it would just be such a sad travesty. Because, oh, like, you know, his safety might be at risk, and we wouldn't want that. No. And is my grinder clogged? Are we fucking, or not clogged, but fucking stuck? Are we kidding me? Obviously, I'm not advocating things, because it would be a travesty, obviously. It would be just, we don't want harm on human beings, of course, because, you know, truly Dylan Oz is, you know, most certainly, you know, just a human being like the rest of us. And we just, of course, we just do not wish harm on another fellow man, right? Right?
LGBTQ plus people. Now, just for a moment, stop and think about the 2010s. Do you remember
By the way, this guy is not the only one who's been calling for this, and it's been kind of public about it, where there's been coverage on it. Like, he's not the only one. Actually, I think fucking Mike Figueredo actually has another video on this, not even that long ago. Yeah, there's that one. Where is it? Where was it? It was right here. Yeah, not even 7 days ago. Not even a week ago. Hate preacher calls gays to be put to death. So, a different one, though. So, there's multiple people. This is not, just some rare, exceptional, like, oh, this is only done by a couple people. Come on now. It's like, no. This is done by quite a lot of fucking people and shit. And this is something that is majorly significant that it seems like, at least when it comes to the Christian right, seem to have a lot of fucking major fundamental strong views about these type of things that they're starting to come out on. I'm starting to go chud. I need to go chud fucking MAGA mode with this goddamn keystone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this, everybody. I'm preaching against them, but slowly but surely I'm, becoming one of them, brother. God, this thing tastes like shit. You know what? I'm going for that sweet revenge later after I hit this. If I feel like it. I don't know. I don't even know if I might. Well, I opened it now, too late, so I guess I have to drink. I'm torturing myself now. God damn it. Hey. This is hate rhetoric spreading like a virus. Honestly, at this point, like, I get the... At least I'm not drinking a PBR. Yeah. Nah, at least I'm not. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, honestly, at this point, I mean, luckily I'm in a state and in an area that is less fucking plagued with this shit. But, I mean, at least in some part, this is kind of the reason why I'm armed. Like, honestly, at least in some part, because fuck, dude. I mean, it's like if let's say I decide to move and shit, like, I mean, for whatever reason, to a different state, yeah, I would take my fucking firearms, obviously, and I make sure they get, transferred the license and properly and all that type of stuff, and procedure is needed and all that shit, but, like, I mean, but still, despite that, like, I mean, I would fucking be like, like, I'd be a lot more, eyeball-y about them, depending on where I went to, but frankly, I would never go to the South, for one. But also, when it comes to this whole bigotry and this hateful fucking rhetoric, it's not just in the South, it's in places like in Michigan, Wisconsin, North, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, like, it's in all sorts of other places. I mean, hell, even in fucking Oregon is this shit's around. Like, in places like in Eastern Oregon, and places like in fucking, like, Escada and the outskirts of, around there, like, I mean, Southern Oregon, fucking Eastern Washington, Idaho, like, there's, I mean, it's shit's around here, too. Luckily, I'm just not necessarily directly near it, but they like to come around here and fucking, getting all up in our fucking grill, stirring up fucking trouble. And a lot of them, outside of their little rubber paintball guns and fucking, pepper spray and batons and shit, bring their real fucking guns. And they got no qualms about showing that shit. Because there's been plenty of times in picture, like, there's one dude, actually, I forgot his fucking name. I think Joey Gibbs. That's his name, Joey Gibbs, I believe. Or Joey Gibbons. No, yeah, that's his fucking name, Joey Gibbons. And he actually was previously charged criminally for illegal possession of a firearm. And he was on probation for this type of shit. And during the protests, while he was still under probation, he was caught wielding a fucking .357 fucking Magnum, cocking it back and taking multiple, not only just video, but fucking camera footage of him aiming it at fucking people, like straight up, like, and just like, alright, who am I about to fucking blow the brains out? And basically the only thing that's gonna be left is the fucking shell of their fucking side in front of their skull. Because the .357, I don't know if anyone's seen what that can fucking do to a human head, but let's just say it ain't goddamn pretty. Like, motherfucker out there with a .357 revolver aiming it at motherfuckers and shit, just waiting, just itching. And this is somebody who's illegally possessing fucking firearms. And these are also the same motherfuckers that are all like, oh, well, if you put regulations, the people, bad people, guns are just gonna get them anyway. It's like, well, why are you motherfuckers the ones who happen to be the bad guys who happen to be on probation for illegal firearm possessions and, and under fucking, felony charges and shit where you are not legally allowed to own firearms, but yet you just happen to. It's just like, I mean, why do you happen to, you know, circumnavigate laws and break the laws and be a criminal? And yet, oh, curiously enough, all the crime that you happen to cry bitch about happens to be from Latinos, immigrants, black people. It's like, huh, weird. Seems like you got a very interesting view and perspective about what you think is crime. Or at the very least, criminal. Don't be afraid to exercise Second Amendment rights. Like, honestly, when it comes to, like, I mean, when it comes to these weird fucking, like, far-right nationalists, American nationalist motherfuckers and shit, they don't know goddamn nothing about the goddamn Constitution and shit. Frankly, they really don't. They know nothing of it. Like, because, honestly, it's people like me and shit who are more abiding to it, you know, despite me not even giving a fuck about that, you know, hemp paper fucking, like, shitty rag now at this point. Like, it's more, it could be better used for a blunt wrap at this point. Like a hemp paper blunt wrap. Just, I mean, like, for fuck's sake. Because, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, you know, it's outdated, it's obsolete. We need something fucking new from that shit. But, since it's here, at least I know and understand what the fuck, you know, Second Amendment rights are about. Or at least the actual fucking interpretation of it. And also, when it comes to the whole well-regulated aspect of it, it also comes well before the whole aspect of a militia, too. It's like, it says the right, you know, of a well-regulated militia and the right of bear arms and shit. It's not just, you know, oh, you can just have, you know, guns willy-nilly. They always like to leave out the well-regulated part out of all their fucking lingo and rhetoric and the interpretation of it, even though it's literally in the fucking Second Amendment. And yet they're all fucking 2A lovers and Second Amendment lovers. It's like, eat a dick. It's like, honestly, the legit casual gun enthusiasts like me and shit, you know, are dead-ass more fucking, you know, 2A lovers and shit because we understand what the fuck well-regulated means. Because it means that I don't put, you know, the value of a firearm like my Vishka over there or my fucking shotgun in my room and shit. I don't put that over the fucking value of, like, you know, some children out of school or black people at a fucking market at Buffalo or wherever the fuck. You know, I don't put that shit over the life and the value of people like that and people over other people. Because, I don't know, there's a thing called regulations that can help minimize fucking issues like that. Because, yeah, there are definitely people that don't deserve guns. Let alone even, you know, the right to even look at them, you know, let alone own them or even hold them. Like, there's just some people that don't deserve that shit. Like, there's people that just don't deserve to be within a 10-mile radius of a fucking gun. And yet, you know, in this country, oh, go ahead. Your flaw reasoning is people assuming these people that are thinking in the same reality as you. Hence why we need to have the whole fucking aspect of well regulations. So fucking psychos like these people that don't think in reality don't get guns. And frankly, if anything, are the ones that have their whole guns confiscated and shit. Because those are the people that, frankly, at the end of the day, are probably the ones that don't need them. And yet, they're all the ones that are like, 2A, Second Amendment, aim say, you know, just like have an arsenal of guns where they like make it literally a part of their fucking identity. It's like, it makes me like, I mean, it's like, at least for me, I don't have a problem if people talk about it or have it as a hobby or whatever the fuck, because, you know, that's for me, you know, that's, you know, part of, you know, like my aspect of my life and shit, but it's not my identity. Like, it's not part of like who I am and shit to have a gun or some shit. Like, I don't get. Like, frankly, at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. I mean, it's, you know, fun, and honestly, because I have a new one that I just recently bought, like, you know, I'm been at least very recently invested into it, but that's just because I got it, you know, recently. But outside of that, it's not my identity. I don't, you know, like, if I didn't have it, it would be not a thing, you know, it's just whatever. And honestly, at the end of the day, if there was, like, some sort of, like, hey, you know, you have to, you know, return your guns and shit, and, you know, because of, you know, a new ban or whatever the fuck, I would not like it. I personally would disagree with it, and I would be, you know, protesting at least to some degree, but, you know, you know, for me personally, because I value the aspect of at least trying to prevent, you know, a mass shooting or some other shit, I would not want my gun going into some ill-fated hands and shit. So I would turn it in. I would be a law-abiding citizen and do that because, you know, I would prefer, you know, it not, you know, go into some ill-fated hands or some shit, or whatever the fuck, even if I just happen to just, you know, still have it for the tenure of my life and it never gets out of my hands, there's still just that fucking risk. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, I'm gonna bury it or something. It's like, fuck that. Like, I mean, because it's ridiculous. Like, what, you think, you know, you're gonna fucking fight the the government with your fucking gun? Give me a goddamn break. And that's another part of it. Just fight tyranny against the government. It's like, you really fucking think that your little, like, my 7.62x39 rifle, like, oh yeah, it's got, I mean, the fucking caliber itself is a pretty, you know, heavy-duty caliber and shit when it comes to just a small arm. But it ain't gonna do fucking shit when it comes to, you know, whatever the fucking feds and the government has. Like, just nothing. Like, whatever the military has ain't got shit on, you know, like, I ain't got shit on that whatsoever. Even if I got my shit all decked out. Like, it would not fucking matter. Because it got drones, helicopters, like, hella fucking, you know, like, military grade, like, better, you know, specialized bullets and shit like that. Like, they got the whole fucking nine. They got the whole arsenal. What I got? Oh, my little plinker? Like, I mean, oh, yeah, my poppy's plinker gun and my shotty. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's gonna do shit. It's like, give me a break. I mean, it's like, I mean, people that have that fucking mentality are just frankly just dumb, and honestly, not even for really like ideological or maybe mental reasons, but just for irresponsible reasons. I would just think they probably shouldn't have guns. Because I think there are just some people, maybe not for ideological or maybe mental or health reasons wise, but are just too stupid. Like, you know, just are going to do more harm to somebody else on accident or to themselves by accident than anything else. And, you know, are just going to be dumb, you know, and probably just shouldn't have any. You know, it's like, oh, well, hey, look at me playing around my fucking single shooter, and you fucking accidentally shoot your leg because you're drunk and you're fucking shooting around your fucking, like, 22 revolver or something. And it's just like, nah, you're being irresponsible and you're a fucking dumbass moron. Like, I mean, guess what? Well, you probably shouldn't have some guns. Like, I mean, maybe, you know, you're not necessarily, like, mentally, you know, ill, or, you know, to the point where you shouldn't have a firearm, or you're not violent, or, you know, you don't really have, like, you know, some crazy mental, like, idea of, like, you know, wanting to, like, go kill all bunch of black people or whatever the fuck. Like, but sometimes you might just be too much of a yokel, dumbass fucking moron to be handling them. And God, I cannot. There's the one thing I personally cannot stand as somebody who, you know, that can respect firearms and respect what the fuck they are. Like, the one thing that, you know, and I check myself and I think, like, when I do, I'm like, okay, fuck, I'm being an idiot. Like, I'll do that to myself. Like, and I'll check myself whenever it comes to, like, ill discipline, like, you know, like, disregard of, like, firearm safety, you know, whatever it might be, like, you know, finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot, shit like that, you know, just the whole nine. Like, I'll just be like, you know, like, I cringe at when people don't fucking understand that type of shit. Even with my friends, like, my friend, you know, will sometimes, you know, handle it and stuff, like, my friend Harley, at least, he'll handle it and just, like, you know, want to check it out, even though I don't have it loaded or anything like that, you'll treat it like it is. And he'll, like, have his hand on the, you know, finger on the trigger and all this other shit. And I'm like, oh my, it's like, dude, stop. It's like, dude, just, like, even, I can get, I know you might just, yeah, I know you're about to. But it's like, when it comes to the whole firearm safety shit, it's like, I could go for the lecture, but, like, I always do with, you know, some people. At least, you know, the ones I know, because, like, you gotta get it for their fucking heads, and that's why there needs that needs to be the norm.
What you're doing?
Yeah, exactly. It's not just because of you, but
don't point at anyone and you keep your.
Luckily, my friend Harley knows not to point at people. Like, I'll give him that, but he needs to. But there'll be some things like, you know, the finger on the trigger shit and some other stuff, and it's just like that type of stuff, and it's just like, I mean, that type of shit really does fucking irk me. Yeah, and that's why, honestly, I mean, there needs to be at least some federal law standard of, like, you need to go through some basic, you know, gun safety or gun responsibility training to make sure that you get it for your fucking head at least. And if you don't, well, too bad, you know, so sad. Until you pass that shit, you don't qualify to get one. There needs to be things in place these days.
About you, but you like right off the bat, you had it down.
Well, yeah, especially for a gun like that, I mean, AK ain't hard to fucking figure out. That's why I got one, because, I mean, I already kind of knew how to understand it and operate one, because I've seen a lot of videos about them and shit, but... And now I'm also, about to start upgrading it. I already did, so...
Yeah. It must be genetic, you know how to handle a gun.
I guess so, because he used to be a pretty good sharpshooter when he was my age.
Midnight. Shit.
Not yet. 7 minutes to midnight.
Too late to go to the store, so whatever.
Oh, well, if you bum rush that shit, if you literally like, rushed into that car and fucking went there right now, you can go. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, you could. Ah, you pussing out. But ignore all the gun douche bros swear by AR-15s. You know what? I might, like, for me personally, and also you're kind of dogging on my roommate a little bit because he wanted one. I mean, he might not get one now, like he's been telling me about that, which frankly I understand. And honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that these mass shootings literally ranked up after I got that, I probably would have started, second guessing myself about getting, mine, honestly. But I already have it, so it's just like, well, god damn it. So, but I mean, it's just like, I mean, knowing that shit, like, I mean, it's still. I mean, it just still emphasizes why, like, when it comes to accessibility, like, I mean, at the very minimal, there needs to be, like, some more standardized and strict, rigid red flag laws on a federal level. 21 and up for all firearm purchases federally. And a very strong and strict, rigid background checks that include mental, criminal, and otherwise. And, and also at least, some basic character references as well. Like, honestly, I bet if, like, those basic 4 fucking things were done, like, a lot of this type of shit would start dropping, like, very significantly. It wouldn't, like, stop all of them, but there would be, outliers here and there, and it would, but that would be the case, though. It would start being more like outliers instead of being the fucking norm. Like, just like, oh, yeah, it's just an average Tuesday. Oh, what, like, 5 people died in mass shooting? Well, it's Tuesday, it's okay. It's like, I know the fucking House passed some shit, but obviously it's not gonna fucking really do much when it comes to fucking, it's not really gonna do much, at least when it comes to, like, the Senate, at least. And honestly, I don't really think it will do, like, get passed. Because, I mean, yeah, the House might have did it, but is the Senate gonna give a shit? No. Because a lot of Republicans don't, and Joe Manchin loves to basically be a Republican, but for some reason happens to be Democrat or something. So, you have to give character references to rent shit, why not buy guns? I mean, seriously. Because honestly, I would literally have my friend Rip City, who's obviously not very pro-gun, I would have him as a character reference. Like, and, because, obviously he probably would be like, well, I don't give a shit. I don't think he's going to do this. Like, because I trust him, because I know he's not exactly pro-gun, but when it comes to, like, who can own one or who should own one, he probably, out of all, at least in my friend group, he probably would trust me the most, considering I obviously have him, and I'm actually not, being dumb. I have my other gun that's stored away over here, just, nice and chilling with the rest of my stuff. And again, my shotgun chilling in my room. So it's like, I mean, I guess really I should have both of them stored in my room, but I mean, at least when it comes to that one, it's right here because I've been tinkering with it, all the tools I have for it are in here, so. It's actually kind of taken apart right now anyway, so, I mean, all in all, it's just right now kind of in the workshop, so to speak. But either way, it's just like, I mean, it's like these type of basic things, man. I mean, it's like it's beating a dead horse at this rate, and but it's fucking ridiculous. It shouldn't be that hard. Some militia types have illegal full autos and grenade launcher. Yeah, and that should not be a fucking thing. Like, not at all. But anyway, we're kind of getting a little bit of a side anyway. I mean, we were initially going in here for a hate preacher, but then we started going into about firearms. So, let's get back to hate preacher, fucking Christo fascist, fucking psychobo.
church, they would protest the funerals of soldiers.
I just literally exhaled my bowl. I exhaled my bowl away. Oh man, it's about to take a hit. God damn it.
Lady Gaga concerts, and they had signs that said, God hates F-slurs. F-slurs die, God laughs. Remember how everybody found that rhetoric appalling? There was one video in particular that stands out to me where, they were screaming and protesting, and one man who was stopped in his car with his window down looked at them and he said, look, I don't support gay people, but you're going a little bit too far here. Now,
I also remember the video he's talking about. Like, I don't know when that got viral. I think that was like 2015 something or something like that. I remember seeing it around that time, or something like that. I don't know when that got viral, honestly. I remember it though, because I remember seeing it off and on occasionally, as just kind of like how like even the most radical extremists when it comes to the far right don't necessarily get much leverage. That's why certain people, and elements and figures within the far right and the Christo-fascist and American National Fascist movement and shit like that. Like, I mean, that's why certain elements like DeSantis or Tucker Carlson or, whether they're like actual political pundits or, actual politicians themselves or whoever the fuck, don't really matter. It's just like there's a lot of them that are very more covert about it, which is more of a problem, but being outright like a goddamn foghorn, like the Westboro Baptist Church, being like, God hate fags and he died and he laughs and all this other shit. Like, that type of shit doesn't really get that far, but these days, oh boy, not as much. But, I mean, when it comes to a more far, like, national level, like on a broad, just scale in general, it's still, going to be seen as more verboten. That's why they need certain people like DeSantis, which is why, honestly, I'm thinking he could be a very, very potent venom, when it comes to 2024 and shit, that could be, pretty disastrous, considering that he is essentially a part of this element, but puts a very nice civil suit on it.
Situation where Christian hate preachers are literally calling for the execution of gay people. We're at child-friendly drag shows. You have mass harassment, their locations being shared publicly by hate accounts. And this is just something that most of the right accepts. We're no longer in the days where, you see these conservatives who are like, man, I don't like gay people either, but saying that God hates the F-slur, that's a little bit too far for me. No. Now they're all on the same page as the Westboro Baptist Church. This is the modern GOP. Very Christian of them, exactly, Northern. This is the modern GOP. This is where we're at. Now let's watch the video. Content warning. He is going to say that gay people should be executed. So if you don't want to see this, you've been warned. But I want people to understand where we're at as a country and how serious this threat to LGBTQ plus people is. And the threat doesn't just stem from them, but I'll explain a little bit more about that in a second.
What does God say is the answer, is the solution for the homosexual?
Start us up.
In 2022, here in the New Testament, here in the book of Romans, that they are worthy of death. These people should be put to death. Every single homosexual in our country should be charged with the crime, the abomination of homosexuality that they have. They should be convicted in a lawful trial. They should be sentenced with death. They should be lined up against the wall and shot in the back of the head. Right.
Oh, ooh. Spicy, huh? Well, hey, guess what? Yeah, I won't be up against the wall, at least when it comes to me. You're gonna have to fucking get me in the trench. Because, there's gonna be a goddamn front line when it comes to you motherfuckers. If you ever fucking goddamn try it. At least with people like me. And honestly, a part of me goddamn fucking dares them. Like, a part of me really goddamn fucking dares. Because, you know what, at that rate, that's like, I'd be goddamn proud to enlist in the fucking National Guard or some shit to take down a couple domestic terrorists and shit. Or a fucking bunch of secessionist traitors. Like, I wouldn't mind. Fuck, I mean, hell, if, like, the U.S. is just straight up being like, hey, you know, it's like, hey, let's, you know, fucking, you know, it's like, it was a lot of, like, you know, some, civilian militias, you know, to organize and, you know, fight along with us. It's like, hey, so, you know, I'd be organizing. Because, frankly, like, I mean, the idea that this should be standard in civil society should be, and violently, if necessary, needs to be repelled. Like, fundamentally. Like, this needs to be exterminated like a fucking rat infestation at a goddamn restaurant. Like, you like, I mean, honestly, like, there needs to be some goddamn exterminators when it comes to fucking, you know, a rat infestation, right? And it's just like, and this is, you know, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, a pretty heavily infectious rat infestation. Like, you know, it's like, I mean, I guess I should probably just Minecraft it all, of course, you know, like, you know, Roblox, Minecraft, you know, is satire, YouTube. Satire. But I really shouldn't have to. Because this motherfucker ain't satirical by it. He ain't Robloxing it or Minecrafting it. Like, he actually is advocating realistically. So it's like, what? I shouldn't have the right to advocate, you know, for the defense of, you know, queers like myself? Like, I mean, because frankly, as far as I'm concerned, yeah. I mean, that should be acceptable, at the very least. Like, yeah, I mean, I should be able to defend myself, you know, and violently, considering that these people want to violently exterminate people like me. You know, or even, you know, people who are, like, in their mind, worse than me. Gays, trans people, non-binary people, everyone else in the LGBT. It's just like, ugh. This is like, yeah. Frankly, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, at least especially as a far leftist, this is why I'm still, even with the circumstances in America, pro-gun. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm against, you know, like, I just went on a rant about it, like, I'm against regulation, because I most fervently am. But I still will most certainly, if you can show that you're able to qualify for it, I'm fervently, you know, okay with the right, you know, for you to have one. And when it comes to a firearm and shit, you know, but again, you have to at least qualify for it. I think that needs to at least be the caveat. And there should be some strict qualifications for it. Like, because even for me, I thought it was a little too easy to get my recent firearm and shit. Honestly, for both of them. Like, when I got both, I thought it was way too fucking easy. Like, there needs to be, like, a basic process in place when it comes to this type of shit. It shouldn't be just as simple as, like, some basic background check and, you know, having a FFL licensed dealer, you know, be there and shit. It's like, I mean, it shouldn't just be that. There needs to be a lot more to it.
That's what the Bible says. You don't like it, you don't like God's word. Because that is what God says. What is God say?
Yeah, I don't. And fuck your God. And I hope every goddamn institution and goddamn every fucking church and every fucking book that preaches your goddamn garbage and your fucking rag of fucking shit gets burnt to the goddamn ground and buried to the fucking sandy goddamn dusty tome dunes where they belong. 2,000 fucking years ago, you goddamn worthless fucking parasitical subhuman degenerate piece of shit. Like, yeah, fuck your God. And so, like, you want, like, honestly, you wonder why, you know, so much of the youth is getting more agnostic, pagan, or atheistic, satanistic, and shit like that. It's because of fucking degenerate subhuman bastards like you, what was his name, Dylan Oz? You fucking cockroach motherfucker. Like, frankly, okay. Oh, I'm gonna bite the tongue. I can mute it, but I'm not going to. I don't want to deal with that, so, Because, frankly, like, if I saw this motherfucker walking down the street, which obviously he would not live around here, he lives somewhere in the South, that's where his fucking cultist fucking shit is. But if this motherfucker was ever walking down the street, like, he would have a welcome party to concrete. Because there's definitely one thing, you know, you don't want to mess about a common laborer and shit. Is that, you know, underneath, you know, all the fucking, you know, struggle and grime and, you know, rugged shit that they look, there's a lot of strength of the fucking, you know, work grind underneath it. You know, it's like, I might look, you know, like, kind of all twiggy and all that shit, but, you know, the strength of the fucking, you know, like, worker's fist and shit, you know, is still definitely in there. I mean, fuck, I've literally, like, cracked my wrist punching shit because I've had so much fucking power in it, so it's just like, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, frankly, you know, I'm, you know, more, like, tougher than, you know, some people might think and shit. That's why, like, frankly, when it comes to these motherfuckers, I have no problem standing in line. Because I have, and I will again, and I always, you know, gonna keep doing that type of shit. Because fuck these people, they don't got, you know, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, they don't got no goddamn human right to be in this goddamn fucking country with this filth. Oh, it's under God's word that, you know, gays need to be killed and shit, so fucking kill them. It's like, fuck these people. Wait, I'm paying taxes so late. Damn, that sucks, man. Sorry, bro. Honestly, so what I'm reacting to right now is probably not going to make it any better. Because this is like a literal hate preacher advocating the death of LGBT people. Like, honestly, like, it's just, what I'm reacting to now ain't going to make it better. I'm sorry, but it just won't. Because, I mean, I'm basically just saying this is the reason why, especially as a queer person, I, you know, happen to have 762, you know, by my side. Mikhail Kalashnikov, mastermind you. But, yeah. I mean, this shit's just... Man. Shit like this is why I'm leaving the South. And you're gonna have such a fucking great time here. Dude, my friend Metal T, I mean, he has his moments, I will say that, but he's pretty cool, and honestly, he's been literally a fucking man whore. I'm not even kidding. He's been, like, to fucking, like, sex bars, fucking, like, more, exclusive type of, like, you know, like, sex clubs and shit, and it's just like, you fucking little man whore. It's like, shouldn't me and my friend like Harley be like the guys, you know, doing that shit? But no, it's our friend Metal T. It's like, okay. It's like, damn. I mean, lately, honestly, he's been like all up in that shit. Like, he doesn't stop boasting about it. It's like, oh my god. I mean, it's to the point where it's like, I kind of want to shut the fuck up. It's like, shut up and take me to one or something, you fuck. This is partially why I, like, fucking dare the South to fucking, you know, just to see and shit. Because, like, you know what? Could we just do Construction 2 Electric Boogaloo and actually do it right this time? Because, fucking hell. I'm also having a relationship. I'm literally done with him not doing the heavy lifting. Oh, just like dealing with, yeah, it's a relationship. I mean, yeah. I mean, I wish I could kind of offer a little more input, but I mean, I don't really know much. I'm also kind of drunk too a little bit, but I mean, when it comes to that, it's just like, I know last time you were on, I mean, he was like on a vacay and shit. So I don't know if it, you know, if it's just because he's not like, you know, just being communicative and just like, you know, keeping in touch and shit like that. But I mean, it's like, honestly, I mean, at least, you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wish I could, you know, offer a little input, but definitely sucks. Actually kind of reminds me I need to hit up one of my buddies. See how he's doing. Ooh, I just found that pretty good. Oh my god, that just felt fucking great. Oh, that felt fucking good. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I'm just popping everything and it just feels fucking great. Oh my god. My body is loose and ready for all of it, and it feels great. You want to see a radical but solidarity from a fellow this person? Yeah. I mean, most certainly. Because, I mean, especially when it comes to relationships and shit, I definitely know it can be hard. Because I've, tried to figure out, ways to try to cope with it and shit. And, I mean, or not really cope with it, but try to, like, adapt and try to manage with this, with that type of stuff. And it's definitely tough because, like, I mean, at least from my experiences, a lot of it is, like, usually comes from, just trying to, like, despite my own interests, maybe trying to, like, understand what other people's interests might be, and trying to communicate those type of things and shit. But I think at this point I've, learned more and have, become better about, that type of shit. He says he wants to go back to religion, though I, progressive Christian, don't think he's in it for the right reason, so he says depression from his past. Maybe seeking it as, like, an outlet, or, like, as, well, I don't know. I mean, it's like, I guess at that point it would just be something that, I would just try to talk with him about, be like, just kind of see what, his reasons are, and just kind of, especially since you're already kind of a Christian. He has a radical right-wing pass. Well, since you're more of a progressive, not even necessarily just progressive, but more of a far leftist type of Christian type, you kind of have at least a lot more of a bridge, to at least, discuss, things like that with them. Because you can come at it, from a more, like, leftist progressive Christian perspective, and can, at least, give them better religious advice, when it comes to that type of shit. I'm not religious, so frankly, as far as I'm concerned, I'd be like, get him out of religion. But, that's not going to be the advice considering the circumstances of what I know, so, but either way, at least when it comes to that, there is at least, especially considering a lot of the fucking, like, religious elements and shit, that are within, like, Jesus' teachings, it can be easy. He wants to go Buddhist. Oh, well, it's not necessarily even really, worse or better necessarily, so. I've known, like, my friend, Logan, who's been on my streams before, like, he's grown up Mormon, but he also kind of considers himself, he's still a Christian, but also a Buddhist, like a Christian Buddhist. So it's just like, it's like, in a way, you can kind of be both in a sense, so. It's, that's why I kind of say it's not really worse or better. So I don't know. A bolt popped like a firework. What the fuck? Little Zukov is so sleepy. He's knocked the fuck out over here. So cute. Oh, you want a belly rub? Oh my god. Oh, you sweet bye. God, you sweet little thing. Okay, hold on. Well, I'm sliding off the chair somehow for some reason. I'm sure there's, something that's totally not involved as to why that could be happening. You need to be closer. Oh, you sweet little baby boy. Yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love you so much. You're so sweet. Bye. Look at me, that look. Fruit Loop. I'm just trying to distract myself from going back into this fucking Christo-fascist shit. Frankly, honestly, I mean, we don't really need to hear much of it, honestly, but it's just frankly the reason why. Because fucking people like Dylan Oz, like this fucking crazy, shitty, garbage filth bag. I mean, it's the reason why, you know, like, I think there's at least some impetus for especially trans and queer people to potentially at least have at least some sort of personal defense. At minimal, have like, you know, a blade or pepper spray and shit like that with you. But frankly, as far as I'm concerned, probably, you know, I don't know, have like a 9mm or something. So like seriously, because like the rate of hate crimes and fucking, you know, like, you know, lynchings and shit like that, frankly, when at least more, especially on individual levels in the South, especially, are just gonna rank up because of these fucking people. And I would like to not see that. Thank you. I personally not. I like to see, you know, trans, non-binary, and, you know, queer folk not be killed. Thank you very much. I like to just see them normalized, and these fucking crazy fascist fucking cockroaches just weeded out like the pests they are. Get some pesticide already, like, goddammit. Like, I'm pretty sure we can just start labeling these people as domestic terrorists at this point. Gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but put some. Oh god, he heard that. You know that word, you son of a bitch. You know what that means. What the hell? Here, I'm gonna just pull this up real quick and I'll just be right back. Ugh. What the fuck? You were ready before I was, you weirdo. fucking neighbor's lawn and shit, you weirdo. I really want to do some heavy lifting. Why doesn't he get a keychain or something for his trip? Because I lost stuff for a show. Well, I had to deal with him because he was invading the neighbor's yard. I had to go deal with him. Anyway, do some heavy lifting. I was assuming like what, like physical lifts and shit, or just more like, you know, putting up more, you know, on his end. Was exploring new territory? No, he wasn't. Exploring territory with it where his little doggo girlfriend's at. With Pinata. And she's a little shepherd husky mix of some sort, and she looks so cute and adorable. She has a little brown eye and a little blue eye. I mean, honestly, she's just a sweetie. A little bit of a jelly girl. She could be jealous, I've noticed, but, you know. She's not exactly very aggressive about it, though. So, I'm not really too, you know, uppity about it. Alright, but, here. Doesn't he get a keychain or something from his trip? Well, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I guess in that case, I mean, I guess I wouldn't be too sure. I mean, if so, I mean, if it's something that he probably needs, and I could, it'd probably be something that he can be gifted. But I guess that wouldn't necessarily, do much when it comes to, heavy lifting. Physical in the sense of like I bought him stuff and I literally have furniture to move near him. Oh. So yeah, okay, so quite the opposite. Well, I mean, I guess in that sense, like, I mean, when it's just, I guess when it comes to that, I mean, I suppose, maybe just having a discussion about it. Maybe just like, hey, you want to, like, maybe have, like, an outing, like, go to, some restaurant or something like that. And just, like, be like, hey, you want to, like, kind of pitch in a little bit, when it comes to, like, gifts or, maybe not necessarily, like, gifts, but, like, just, like, some stuff financially, for me and stuff, because, I try to help, I've helped you a lot with this and this and this, so it's, like, I mean, I just want, at least, just when it comes to basic, relationship communication type of stuff, but, I mean, at least when it comes to those type of conversations, at least when it comes to a partner, I haven't really had those before, so, I mean, I really couldn't say too much about it, so. Just outside of just, talking about it, I guess. Because that's the only thing I would think of, that would be the best course, just chatting about it and seeing, like, hey, it's not capitalist, but someone really loves you, they will buy you some, at least a hat, keychain, water bottle, shit like this. I mean, at least every now and then, like a little something, something. Or, like, when you go to a bar or restaurant, like, hey, I'll, this one's on me. That type of shit. Like, hey, whenever you buy drinks, I'll pay for it. So don't worry about it. Stuff like that. I mean, at least, I mean, it's not necessarily capitalistic. That's just kind of like, you do something for me, I do something for you type of shit. I mean, it's what me and my friends do in our friend group. Like, my friend hooked me up with going to Royal Blood in Seattle, and then in Portland. He hooked me up to tickets and a laptop. And I do things for him, and he does things for, for me and stuff like that. It's just kind of a mutual type of thing. It's mutual understanding, mutual respect type of shit. At least, something that at least is implied, so you don't really need to, like, mention it outright or talk about it. It's just something that's just kind of already there. And if he says he's going to move, then show me that we can be a thing. Yeah. I mean, if he's moving, then it would also probably, wouldn't it be beneficial that that he moves into a place that both of you could potentially be, in the same spot? Because if that's the case, that just kind of seems, I guess, outside of maybe financial reasons, unless it's not feasible. I mean, outside of that, it just kind of seemed a little odd. It's like, oh, well, we're in a relationship, but, we're not going to move in together. It's like, I mean, at a certain point, that seems like, that would be a thing that would be, going on if you especially been around with the person long enough. I mean, especially if it's something that you're committed with. What, baby? What's up, little boy? You're starting to get a little, playful with, Yanta, aren't you? What the fuck was that? And somehow it's really a fly which he wants to know me physically for 1 year, and then I can move him with him because he wants to show his mom he's self-sufficient. I mean, I guess that's not, I don't know. I mean, it's not necessarily a red flag, but it kind of shows that, well, I guess in a way it is. Because, like, it kind of shows that, what the fuck are you doing? Bye-bye. Because it kind of, he wants the fucking treats. Get the fuck away. What are you sniffing? Stop it. Like, you prick. Yeah, that's right, asshole. Anyway, but, like, I mean, if anything, it kind of shows that he might, like, have either, like, insecurities of himself, or, like, maybe some sort of, emotional or mental, aspect that might be off. I mean, not necessarily in a bad way, but just something that he's just not being open about, or just something that, is not as prevalent in a sense. I mean, there could probably be some different variables, because I've known some people that my friends have been roommates with and shit that have been kind of like this, where it's like, oh, initially they seem cool, but then, like, shortly after, like, oh, wait a minute, they're not really putting up their end of the bargain. Because my friend Harley and Logan, they both have had a roommate that like, I mean, sometimes he'll be mentioned in here before, and I think every now and then he'll actually pop in, very rarely, but sometimes it will. But it's just like every now and then he'll be, just outright like, like, he would basically, as a roommate, will not fucking clean up after himself, not do dishes, nothing. Like, basically just kind of being a leech, essentially. Using, and honestly being one of the people who is legitimately disabled, but honestly using it more so as a legitimate excuse, because he was, like, because he did, but he was able to work a job, and he was, maintaining that, and was fine, doing that. And, but when it came to doing stuff, and, when it came to being at the apartment, it's just like, I mean, literally the bare minimum is just like, just keep up after yourself, and maybe every now and then do some dishes and stuff. Just some literal basic ass shit, but it's like, none of that was ever fulfilled. There would literally be just random shit left around, and all sorts of other shit, like, honestly, it's hard to explain. I mean, one of them would have to be here to just go down the list of the random shit. Because he's honestly, sadly but true, but somebody who would give someone who has actual mental disabilities, like somebody like, me or you, someone a bad name, just because they use it more so as an actual, like, excuse, more so that as something that is like, like, yeah, like, oh, well, I'm gonna, like, this is a part of me and stuff, but it's something I'm working with, and, you know, trying to make myself better as an individual, make myself, you know, better as just an individual, whether it's something I can, you know, get rid of or not. It's just who I am, you know. It's like, who gives a fuck? It's just me. But this is just somebody who's just like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna use this kind of getaway of just not exactly, you know, putting the actual step forward that, you know, I could with work or, you know, some other aspects of life and shit, like, you know, with my family life or whatever the fuck. But when it comes to other stuff, I could kind of use an excuse to just kind of get away from not doing shit. And it's just like, that's just shitty. And it's like, really? Because now you're just making, you know, these other people who usually probably want to be so, like, against people with disabilities and be like, you know, making fun of them. You know, and all that type of shit. And honestly, in a way, it's like, I guess, understandable, but, I mean, it's like, but, I mean, making fun because he's disabled is just fucking shitty. And I hear those type of jokes sometimes, like, oh my god, it's not, I mean, it gets a little, like, weird, because I don't want to, like, outright defend him, because I know how he was, but it's just, like, I kind of want to, though, because of how they go about it. But that's why I say he's kind of one of those type of people that kind of give people with disabilities a bad name, because they just, you know, it's kind of more of like a stereotype enforcement more so than, like, you know, something that is more, you know, normalized and understood. Because at least I kind of understood, you know, what his disabilities were, but especially with what he was, well, I guess lack thereof of doing when he was being a roommate, it's like there wasn't really anything that was precluding his disability that, you know, he couldn't do at home. Like, you know, again, just keeping up after himself and making sure that, you know, like, you know, some basic stuff like dishes were kept and shit like that. I mean, it's like, there wasn't really anything. And it just makes, you know, a bad name, you know, for people who legitimately do have disabilities, because it makes them look like, oh, they just want it. It's like, no, I mean, it's, it gets shitty and ridiculous, but that's why, you know, when it comes to disability activism and shit, you know, it's also why I think it is important. That's why I kind of like, you know, hearing, you know, at least what you do, Radical, when it comes to it, because I know you know, it's what you make a priority of. Because not a lot of people do. But I think slowly but surely, you know, it's something that's becoming more normalized. But, you know, it's not necessarily something that makes, like, the main, you know, like, main waves of things. It's not quite yet. This beat fucking slaps. I'm just gonna say that right now. I think it doesn't matter what parents think. I think I have broken every rule in my parents' book. Well, yeah. I mean, same here. At least when it comes to my mom's parents. At least my mom's rule book. I broke so many of her fucking rules, even to this day, that I don't even give a fuck. Speaks to my anarchist mentality. My dad is, you know, like, it's kind of hard to break his rules, because he's kind of just like, don't give a fuck, you know, as long as you're safe type of mentality, which is like, I guess I follow that enough, so I can't really tell if I'm breaking his book or not. So, I mean, at least for him, I don't know if I am or not. So, but I want to be my husband. Yeah, I mean, especially, yeah, at least, you know, going back to, you know, with you and your partner and stuff. I mean, it's just like, I mean, if that's something you definitely want, I mean, at least, you know, having, you know, more one-on-one conversations, you know, especially about, like, you know, trying to, you know, pitch in more, or at least, you know, try to, you know, see if he's, you know, like somebody who's more self-sustaining and, you know, can be more long-term. I mean, you know, those type of things aren't really, like, bad conversations, but I just want to know how, like, you know, to go about those, just because I really haven't had those type of conversations, really. So. But especially when it comes to things like, you know, maybe, like, you know, fiscal stuff, I mean, at least when it comes to that, I mean, it might be at least, you know, not as hard, just depending if, like, he's someone who might be, like, you know, at least even if it's, like, part-time, you know, like, work capable, because if, you know, especially if there is in the local area that you happen to be in, or he happens to at least, you know, happen to have, like, unionized jobs, or at least, you know, something that's decent, you know, or at least something equivalent, then, you know, even if it's part-time, you can at least have something that's at least okay. to kind of help him have a little extra cheddar. And also prove the self-sustainability. But the issue is, doesn't know that, and I'm here to be that bridge. Yeah. I mean, considering, you know, especially with that type of mentality, I mean, you know, couching these type of conversations is, you know, can easily be done so with, like, you know, an open hand, because, like, you know, especially if you're in a relationship with the person, obviously, you know, it shouldn't be too hard to be like, hey, you know, I want to actually legit help you with these type of things. You know, and also in between that, you know, you're going to have probably different conversations about, you know, aspects of, like, you know, his, you know, pursuit about religion and other stuff and politics and shit. So, I mean, all in all, it helps build a bridge, you know, even to other ideas that there might be disagreement, but even if there is, can at least, you know, build a better understanding between the back and forth between the two. So, I mean, especially if, you know, you know your stuff about that type of shit, then, I mean, really, it does seem like it really shouldn't be too bad of a, you know, outcome, at least in my mind. What are you doing? What are you doing, bye-bye? Fucking little freak. What are you doing? Little freakazoid. Goofball. Let's see if there's like some random little thing I found to know. If that little fluff ball over there doesn't start distracting me. Yeah, what are you doing, huh? Little freakazoid. Oh, damn. Conyer released a video like 3 hours ago. Are trans people overreacting? And this person's not binary, so I'm assuming the video title is obviously some clickbait. If you're so undervalued, underappreciated, undervalued for all the stuff I do. Well, yeah, I mean, considering, you know, like, at least some of the details you were saying, I mean, it seems like he is, you know, himself kind of in a little bit of a pickle and trying to branch out himself as well. So, I mean, I think, you know, overall, it just seems like, you know, there just needs to be a little more communication about, like, kind of the mutual understanding type of stuff, you know, about, like, you know, like, hey, you know, like, if you're gonna be committed to this type of stuff, you know, like, you know, make sure that, you know, it's like I'm part of it, and let's try to, you know, like, work together and this type of stuff, and, you know, try to, you know, bring each other up, but also try to, you know, like, you know, try to pitch back a little bit, you know, to me, you know, because I've been doing a lot to try to help you out as well. At least try to make sure that, you know, at least the person understands that, even if in the immediate sense they can't really do that. Because at the very least, you know, if it's something that, you know, they understand and want to try to, you know, commit to long term and want to, you know, at least in some way, you know, try to pay it back, you know, in a sense over time, you know, at least there's that as well. Hey, Rip City, what's up? Yo, MC Tyler and I somehow ended up in a bougie cocktail bar of extravagant drinks. A bougie cocktail bar? Do tell, huh? We're just kind of all just chilling, and I was actually kind of about to check out a video that a Twitch/YouTuber Conyer released. Tell me about the bar scene in Portland. Oh yeah, Venom wants to know about the bar scene in Portland, Rip, so you should give him the lay down. I mean, tell us about this bougie cocktail bar you're about. Because honestly, hell, I want to know. And frankly, alright, I'm about to start risking it if I do that fucking whiskey, dude. I don't know if alright. You know what? Here, while you all figure that out, I'm gonna see about mixed drink situation. I want to see if that's some juice or something. I don't give a fuck. Come here, bitch. Yeah, that's right. Why are you in my way? Let's see why Dad calls you in way. But that's such a weird name for you. Okay, so my mixed drink is passion fruit. It's just this bitch. Let's see how it works together. Woo! That's good. Well, that will fuck me up. I don't know why I brought both the juice and the sweet revenge, but I don't think I'm gonna refill that. Any smoking bars where you can get high and drink? Nope. Like passion fruit. Same here. All kinds of bars, dive bars, brew pubs, hipster bars, and almost common. Yep. Melty order what turned out to be almost straight rum. Oh my god. That sounds awesome. I think Denver has stoning bars. I hope that we have state regulations that kind of loosen up a little bit where they allow that. Or just make it federally legal so, you know, those type of establishments could just be a thing. I don't know what legal procedure needs to allow that, but can we just let that happen? Thank you. Can we just, like, you know, Gandalf that bitch, just like, boom. You know, just like do some wizard shit and there you go. You know what I mean? Can we just do like a forced mind trick and, you know, just like executive over that shit on Kate Brown and like, you will pass, you know, this legislation. I guess I would have to do that with all the fucking, like, state house and state senate fucking yokel motherfuckers first. I have to do that with them first, and then I have to do it with Kate Brown and might trick her. Venom wants to eat some shrooms. I want to too. I've been, dude, like, the last time I was wanting to try to get a hookup, the guy who was supposed to give them to me fucking ate them. And then I only got a sample. It's like, fuck you. It's like, low-key, fuck you, asshole. Because I wanted, like, goddamn a shitload, bro. So I can, you know, have it for my own time. So I can just trip when I want, yo. But no. No, I don't get that. Wait, I still have fucking... Do you still pay him? Well, I paid for the sample. But not for like the 2 quarters that I wanted. Which is some bullfuck. God, that Keystone was gross. Now that I just tasted fucking Euphoria. I'll get that back in my fucking taste buds. Oh, thank God. Oh. I'm sipping that. Like, there ain't no way I'm chugging that. That will fuck me up. Sukov, you could just, like, go away, yo. I can't drink beer. Cider? Fuck Keystone. Dude, that was desperate. Okay? And then I forgot I had the fucking Sweet Revenge. And then I went for that. Okay? Shh. I drink early tasty drinks that don't taste like piss. So, ciders. What about IPA? Because honestly, I love me some IPA. We're still working on regulations for shrooms. They might be hard to get. Boo! IPA. Imperial Pale Ale. I'll be back later tonight. No. You are to stay here, you asshole. You're now stuck in the fucking labyrinth. You're not allowed to leave. Only beer I've ever liked was Blue Moon. Oh, Blue Moon is good. Dude, there's a lot of different craft brews up here in the PNW that aren't like Blue Moon, but have, you know, like, I mean, there's other, I think, honestly, because you said that, that just made me think of, you know, a lot of different craft brews that, you know, at a lot of different fucking places that, you know, I think you might like. I need to get get home. Oh, what? Well, alright. Well, you better be listening. You better be tuning in. I'm just kidding. You do what you gotta do, bro. What are you doing? Stop it. I'm learning a ton of stuff right now about life. I know that feeling, honestly. I haven't had any of those really. Well, I guess a little bit, but not really too much right now. Because honestly, when it comes to like a lot of this shit, when it comes to like life and my worldviews and shit like that, it kind of makes me, in a way, kind of feel vindicated, I guess. So, you know, like I'm learning a little bit myself. I know this brew that was made from sewage water here, and it's locally famous for being awful. It's locally famous for being awful. Well, it sounds awful. If it's made from sewage, like, is that even legal? What? Is that even legal? Don't know. That doesn't sound legal. You can just fuck off. This is mine. Asshole. A filter? Let me just believe that. So they say. I'm believing that. They say they run a fruit filter. Bullshit. I guarantee you they leave it unfiltered. Because I bet, you know, some weird, you know, backroom, smoky-filled backroom deal. In their mind, it's like, hey, it adds flavor. Don't filter it, it adds the flavor to it. Disgusting. It repulses me, but yet I'm just gonna call it. Or it not like it fucking repulses me, but I'm just kind of scarfing down a donut because I don't give a fuck. Piss Pale Ale, the PPA. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds like it's a typical piss water. God damn it. Slopping up my words. What the fuck? Boo. Zukov, you little sweet prick. Why are you weird? There. What was that? Oh, there it is.
If your goal is because
I want to check this out.
Or whatever, and you're trying to reduce the amount of harm, well then if you're going to qualify that with happily transitioned people, you want to forcibly detransition, you're going to be hard.
Alright, we know there's a teaser.
Said that they're happily
Be going with teaser.
So unless you've been living under a rock, there's been a lot of discourse again around queer people. Oh my god, so crazy. No way, I know, right? Wow. It's not like every day we get a whole new reason for people who are just kind of uncomfortable with the idea of gay and queer and trans people existing have a problem with it. I don't know what, it just seems like they're mentally weak. Maybe they have difficulties understanding things that are outside of their own experience. I don't know what's going on here, man. So, there has been a new thing that people are very mad about. Ostensibly, it's about exposing children to sexualized imagery. You may have heard of this already, so here's an example.
Oh god, I already know what they're about to talk about. Oh no, it's the whole like, the ice cream parlor fucking, it's not gonna lick itself, fucking drag your kids to this family-friendly Discord. It's that. Oh my god, it's that. I already know. Minecraft me into Roblox.
So these, I believe, are Dallas Cowboy NFL cheerleaders that are dancing in a
damn, look at them booties. Look at that go around.
Provocative way.
Oh, wait, hold on. There's a bunch of drag queens, doing the fucking ice cream parlor. Hold on. That's sexualizing next to children. Don't mind the fact that there's Dallas cheerleaders that are legitimately actually, looking pretty beautiful and shit. But, don't mind that. It's just like, drag queens, though, grooming children because they're a bunch of weirdos. Think about that. Don't think about this. Nope. Don't think about the fact that Hooters has a kids menu. Don't think about that either. Boo.
Look at this. This is a fairly
some hair flips.
Scantily clad. You know how many children are in the audience? You know how many kids are watching on their television sets? You might also be thinking of like Hooters, for instance. All male creatures love Hooters, including kids. And you got weird images of Hooters employees, and there's a kid apparently looking at their breasts or whatever. Kids eat free at Hooters on Halloween. You got a kid dressed in a Hooters outfit, which is really fucking weird. Where are the kids' parents here? You got this as well. This is strange. I caught the boy looking. This person uploaded 5 years ago at a Hooters. This is a literal child, almost an infant. Oh, no, never mind. Wait. Oh, we're talking about drag queens. Never mind. Oh, I'm sorry. So I was thinking that we would be thinking about a myriad of other things that are consistently trotted out into our public space where children can see them, and a lot of, usually cis heterosexual parents like, yeah, go get him, my son, he's looking at them boobies, he's gonna grow up to be a lady killer. The straights, they're very into sexualizing kids. I don't know what to say, folks. Like, it is what it is. It's very strange. I don't understand it. But no, we're talking about drag queens. Of course. So, lives a TikTok of stochastic terror fame. The one that
honestly, I heard how, like, what was it? Like a couple weeks, 3 weeks, a month or so? It was a while back. But, like, I remember how, like, the libs TikTok got doxxed, and it's like, you know what, considering what the fuck they do, and how they essentially dox, fucking teachers and queer people and all this other shit, fuck them. Good. It's like, as far as I give a shit, like, boo. Oh, like, this random lady who runs this libs TikTok, she was doxing and harassed a little bit, even though she literally openly, like, doxes, fucking teachers and queer people and shit and trans people because, they're woke. It's like, you just, ugh. I remember the first and Juice told Paul, do you love me? Didn't female Juice shared this 3 times to see, even in a romantic way, if you love someone, if you a relationship partner. Yeah. This mutual understanding type of thing.
About
like I was saying from earlier.
and teachers fired simply for talking about the fact that they happen to be gay on their own TikTok. But, you know, we did a video on it. You can see a link to that pop up, I'm sure. A bar in Dallas, Texas is advertising a drag show for children, including the opportunity for some kids to perform with the drag queens on stage as the drag queen host. So this is the host here, but this is not what they're wearing in the actual event. So we look at that and...
Oh my god, Jesus. Hold up.
So this is the host here, but...
Okay, well, the host looks very nice and beautiful as fuck and straight up sexy as hell as far as I'm concerned. I'm bisexual, so, you know, that's just how I am. But, you know, like, honestly, I wouldn't mind her doing, you know, some very, more dominant, you know, things, potentially. But anyway, but it's just like, either way, it's just like, she's not wearing that at the goddamn show. Like, yeah, that's probably at an 18+ event that she was wearing that. And if it was an 18+ event, she probably would. But it's not. So she's wearing something that's more family friendly. And also, isn't she, like, well, just a woman? So, wait a minute. Like, I thought these were drag queens who are, like, men who are dressing up as, like, you know, women because of the whole drag queen thing. Like, so, like, huh? Like, all of a sudden, there's, you know, a bunch of, like, hoops you gotta jump through a little bit there.
Be unfortunate on the timeline once again. We've got...
Oh, God, hold on. He's looking at Sean. Oh, my God, this bitch, Sean Head. I'm so fucking sick of her. I'm so done with this fucking dumb, empty-headed bitch motherfucker. Like, I really, honestly, just do not like her because she's just, like, legit trans and queerphobic and shit, but yet, you know, says that ostensibly I agree with the same people and shit, but yet we'll just shit the fuck on them every step she can, especially during June. Fucking, you know, literally calls herself, like, American-centric and kind of like an American patriot or whatever the fuck, so essentially she's okay with American nationalism. Has, like, a pretty decent, like, right-wing crowd. Has stupid fucking tradcon right-wing takes. It's like, fuck this stupid motherfucker. Ugh. I used to really like she when she was with Armored. I mean, even then, I didn't really take much notice of her because I didn't really give that much of a shit. Like, she was okay during, like, the whole Bernie arcs. Because I guess there was two, you know, 15, you know, it's 15, 16, and then 2020, but... outside of that, it's because she just loves the populism. She loves the fact that, oh, here's a guy helping America. Like, she's still American nationalist. She just likes people that has the populist rhetoric that helps America and Americans, but in a very, you know, especially socially, a very tradcon, very type of way that enables a lot of the Christian fascism that, you know, is right behind her on this shit. So I'm sick of her garbage. It's like, ugh. I did a stream like a couple days ago in the morning where I was just like ripping the fuck on her, so it's like, honestly, I don't really need to like beat a dead horse at this point, so I mean, it's like, just at the end, they just fuck her.
Be unfortunate on the timeline once again. We've got Drag the Kids Pride, a family-friendly drag show. It's a 150-follower account. It's a small venue. We've got a drag queen that's seemingly fully clothed. We've got some kids playing musical chairs. This kid fucking lost, like the dumbass. How about you be a little...
Oh my god, hold on, wait, what? Okay. Oh my god, this is why I love Kanye, dude. Like, the memeage.
Kid fucking lost, like the dumbass he probably is. Idiot. How about you be a little quicker next time? You do have the sign that says it's not going to lick itself, so apparently this...
because it's an ice cream parlor, but I'm pretty sure they will mention that.
Bar does serve ice cream, so I think it's like a double entendre with that. That's what I'm being told anyway. There might be a different ice cream place that has the same thing, or I don't know. Regardless, it's in a bar. That's where we're at right now. In the videos that I've seen, you know, the kids give the drag performers money, but the drag performers are not looking nude. They're not looking like this, you know what I mean? They are dressing more conservatively than you would expect, to really, if you've only ever heard of drag.
You literally would, like, even, hold up. Where was it? Oh, I went too far back. Okay. Alright, it's, like, okay, it's somewhere right here, right?
Performers are not looking nude. They're not looking like this, you know?
Yeah, honestly, you would literally see more of, like, you would literally see more than what this has at a beach. Like, dead ass. You would see more skin at a beach. Like a woman wear a bikini. Yeah, maybe, like, you know, what's being covered will be, you know, different places. But overall, you literally, unironically, would be seeing far more fucking skin at a beach. So, hey. I mean, that's just like, your everyday beach. I mean, there's also nudist beaches.
Queer people? Like, why is kids seeing people dressed up in these kinds of outfits an issue if kids seeing this is not? Well, it's kind of on the nose, really. This is what's considered normal. The normative position is that heterosexuality is normal. That's what's okay. So if a parent wants to sexualize
I've been in
their
beaches when I was 8. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been, but I have seen people nude at beaches because some people just don't give a fuck. I mean, so I have too.
A weird ass fucking video on YouTube that says caught the boy looking about a Hooters employee's butt. Like, that's considered normal. Getting a onesie that says lady killer for your son who's 1 year old, that's considered normal. But because queer people are the ones doing it, well then, that's just too much.
They're just a bunch of pedophiles and sodomites
and whatever, and now the kids are around. It's just because it's queer people. It's just because it's queer culture, which drag is, and that's literally it.
Honestly, I've always been kind of fascinated with drag. Like, I mean, because frankly, it's just like, it's really awesome, like, honestly, in a lot of ways. Because frankly, like, at least, especially when it comes to a lot of, like, the effing back. I think that was just you. Like, I mean, everything else seems fine. But anyway, but, like, when it comes to at least, like, drag, like, I've always been kind of, like, fascinated with it just because of, like, how, like, far out, some people go with it. And I mean that in a good way, because, like, there's just, like, so many crazy different things that, like, people who do drag and shit that, like, like, there's honestly straight up just, like, average everyday straight people that, will be like, yeah, I do drag queen stuff and, blah, 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 it's just kind of a little hobby of mine, yeah. Like, I've even heard of, like, different straight people, doing it and stuff. So it's just like, I mean, the different things that, can be, like, expressed and, like, put out, when it comes to that type of shit is just, like, I mean, it's really cool. I mean, I've seen just from different videos and pictures and shit, I've seen all sorts of different, really cool, different, like, forms of expression when it comes to, drag queen shows and shit like that. I mean, it's just, it's really fascinating to me, honestly. This is because it's just kind of cool to see, like, what different men do when it comes to, like, the more, at least in a more drag queen aesthetic, obviously, but in a more, kind of express, more feminine form and shit. It's really cool. Honestly, fuck, I wouldn't mind, trying it myself, just to, just to see what it's about, honestly, because fuck it, why not, you know what I mean?
Some of the biggest and brightest names.
Alright, I just put a lot of thoughts in people's heads with that.
In the conservative sphere, who are very about protecting the innocence of children, to come out and actually answer the questions that I've asked. As I've posited, how is the Hooters stuff and the Dallas Cowboy NFL show stuff okay, but the drag show stuff that's family friendly isn't? Well, so this is from Freems, says, don't take your kids to drag shows. And here's two kids at a Hooters establishment. Got Jane Lindsay. Being attracted to Hooter chicks is normal except when identity politics lets them be fat or dudes. So listen, it's literally just because the people in drag are usually men, and it's because they are...
Ignore wants to be a furry drag queen. I didn't say fuck, just fuck off. I mean, what? Like, trying it once or twice? Oh, I'm now part of that. It's like, oh my, whatever. I'm a furry, but drag queen, that is what I am not. I've been to Hooters when I was under 10. There used to be a Hooters around here for, like, the longest time. But they're under, like, 400 locations now. So they're not exactly, like, everywhere these days. But I've never been to one. But honestly, at this point, because there's so much hoopla about, like, this whole kink of pride and fucking, like, kids at drag queen shows or whatever. Just all this stupid fucking garbage that these Puritan Christian fascists always, are fucking pushing and shoving down our throats. It's just like, I mean, it literally makes me more interested in going to these other places like Hooters, fucking like drag shows, sex clubs, pride clubs, all these different. It makes me literally more inclined to go to these places because, one, I know they're literally not like these things that these people proclaim at all, and two, it, like, I mean, considering I am also LGBT, it makes sense, you know, for me, you know, to try to, you know, find these places and be more into these areas. I guess Hooters isn't LGBT, but whatever. It's just like, when it comes to, you know, being more expressive when it comes to, like, sexual identity, whether it's heterosexual and cishet or other, or LGBT and otherwise and shit, like, I don't care. Like, I'm fine with it. Like, I mean, even if there is a family-friendly, you know, element to it and shit, even if there is, you know, some sexualization to it, I mean, honestly, there's some aspects about sexiness and, you know, sexualization that isn't necessarily inherently like, I want to fuck that. You know, like, sexiness can, you know, be also somewhat of a platonic thing as well, because it just means that you're attracted to that, you know, to whatever that might be. You know, it's like, you know, every now and then, you know, it's like, you know, might hear someone say, it's like, damn, that person's sexy. It doesn't necessarily inherently mean like, oh, I want to fuck that. It means like, oh, I'm attracted to that. You know, I mean, that's essentially what it means. I guess on a certain level, I guess it kind of does mean you want to fuck that, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it isn't inherently, you know, right off the bat where you want to, you know, where the brain necessarily goes to. It just goes to, you know, the aspect of attractiveness and being like, oh, yes, I like that. I'm compatible with that. We can expand with this and see if we are potential, you know, mating compatibility and whatever the fuck, or blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, I mean, it all really just kind of comes down to just like the basic, you know, biological senses. Whether you're non-binary, trans, or cis, or whatever. I mean, at least that part of the brain is, you know, all the same. Sometimes you just want to admire a beautiful person without sexual intent. Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, like, especially, like, I mean, there's actually a one point where I remember very fondly of something like that, where there was these two French African women when I was leaving Iceland at the Keflavik International Airport that were speaking French that I happened to walk by after I left the bathroom, you know, to go reunite with the rest of my folks. Like, and I just happened to walk by. It's like, I was like, you know, I'm being 6'2". These women were like straight up like 7'4" or some shit. Like, they were tall and like thick and fucking like had all the, you know, like very beautiful, sexy attributes about themselves. And it's like, and I kind of was like, whoa, you know, like, you know, with them speaking French, you know, and, you know, just their aesthetic and what they had on, you know, fashion-wise, and, you know, just like physically of how they looked. It's like, I mean, I was, you know, definitely very taken aback by, you know, by both of those women and shit, you know, and, you know, yeah, admiring their beauty, you know, but at the end of the day, it's just like, I mean, you know, I wasn't like immediately thinking, I want to fuck them. Like, I was just like, damn, they're beautiful women. You know, it's like they're probably either visiting Iceland or, you know, having a flyover or whatever the fuck, but, you know, whatever, hey, you know, but damn, they're beautiful. You know, that's just literally what my mind thought then is what I think now, you know, it's like, whatever, they were just, you know, random passerbys that, you know, just, you know, legit had an appreciation about how beautiful they were. You know, I mean, you can have that about people. I mean, it's all platonic. I mean, you know, just like, I mean, whatever. I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, you can have that. I mean, there's, you know, there's definitely nothing wrong with, you know, having appreciation, you know, about somebody, even, you know, on a minor or mild, you know, sexual aspect, but not actually be straight up, like, sexual in the sense of, like, you know, oh, yeah, let me, you know, have, like, you know, some fancy or, you know, whatever the fuck, or some shit. Like, I mean, it's like people can have that type of stuff. French is such a beautiful language. It really is, honestly. I mean, it's just like, I kind of wish I, you know, took some French classes, because we actually did have those in high school. You know, but hindsight can be a bitch sometimes.
The normative position of men are supposed to be masculine, women are supposed to be feminine. That's literally it. Because drag is a gender non-conforming display, they're literally just telling you. Also, if you're fat, too. Like, all you fat people out there, I got no hate in my heart for you, but James Lindsay does. And you're not safe either, apparently. Like,
well, should pay attention to Spanish. I never took Spanish classes. I never took any foreign language classes because they never, at least in high school, they didn't have the one I wanted, which was German. Which was fucked up because apparently my high school, way before I was in there, actually had German classes. But they took it out because not enough kids were taking it. And it's like, oh man, fuck you. It's like if they actually did have it, I would have taken that instead. But they didn't.
They're not allowed to be fat by James Lindsay's standards. A little strange. So now we've got one of the biggest and brightest minds in the transphere, Blair White, because cleavage is totally the same thing as putting dollar bills in a drag queen's underwear, which we have not seen in any of the videos and examples I've seen of this.
Blair White needs to shut the fuck up because she's an idiot. Like, no, it's not. Like, just because there happens to be some cleavage, when it comes to a Hooters restaurant, or, like, anywhere else, frankly, that happens to be a public area that may or may not have kids, like, I mean, it's, who cares? Like, oh my god, I mean, when it comes to my workplace, I mean, there's so many different people that have, like, shit that is, like, very exposing, and there happens to be kids around, or sometimes they also have their kids with them, and they have very, heavily exposed clothing and shit. It's just like, I mean, no one ever wants to, like, be like, oh, think of the kids when it comes to that shit. And frankly, I don't even really want people to do that, honestly, because it's just stupid. But, I mean, it's just like, it's just so cherry picky because, it's queer people that happens to be fucking being near kids. It's not good in my mind because it's not normalized already in society. Boo. My school had forensics class that shut down because of some reason not enough kids. Oh, dude, our fucking school district, not just our high school, but like adjacent high schools that were in the same district had a school that was kind of separate that had different things like firefighting, culinary, like radio broadcasting, law and forensics and stuff like that. Like, they legit had all sorts of different shit. Like, it was like the Salem Schellenberg Center. And there was like 2 different campuses. And depending on what class, you'll go on whichever campus and shit. And, oh my, like, dude, that shit was like some of the, like, greatest, shit that, I was able to, like, take part in. At least when it came to culinary classes, because that's what I took when I was over there. But actually, funny enough, my brother actually took radio broadcasting classes there, and the teacher happens to, at least when I was there, was still working there, and I never got to see her, but apparently she was still working there when I was, happened to be in there and shit. I don't know anymore, but I would assume that either she probably retired at this point, because if that's the case, then she'd be pretty fucking old. Because at this point, I mean, considering my age, I mean, I'd be shocked if, like, outside of a couple and a handful, like, a lot of the teachers I had growing up, were still working. Because some teachers I had, even my brother had, so that kind of says how much, how long they've been working there. So if they really are still, it's like, Jesus Christ, are you gonna retire yet? Like, I'd actually, like, and part of me would ask that. It's like, are you gonna retire? Is that, like, a thing you're gonna do? Here, I'm gonna let this play out a little bit, but I gotta go to the bathroom again a little bit. Oh my god, you heard me! Zukov heard me when he said that. Little fucker. You know the word. We had a teacher who looked not a day over 35. It was actually 60. She had her makeup tattooed on. Tattooed? Jesus! Damn, that's kind of hardcore a little bit. Holy shit. Damn. That's kind of metal.
Seen that, and this is the major one people are bringing up. This is the one I'm talking about. But I would say that, yeah, if a kid is putting dollar bills in the underwear of a person, then they shouldn't be doing that. No shit. This one, they were getting money from people in the audience, and those people were kids, but they were taking them from their hands. And then James Lindsay says cleavage is awesome, and then Blair White says undisputed. So it's literally just because heterosexuality is considered normal. That's literally it. But anyway, as a result of this, because of the libs of TikTok blowing up this whole thing literally out of nothing, well, now we've actually got people mobilizing to this place. So this is Esquire, is a very good account, Alejandro Caraballo, that you should follow on Twitter. It says, I don't know how much clearer I need it to be that libs of TikTok is a stochastic terrorist. For those of you who don't know, stochastic terrorism is, so obviously, like, you know what terrorism is when people go out and commit violence and try to instill fear in people for political gain, simplifying a little bit. Stochastic terrorism is essentially using your platform that you have in order to incite other people to do that. So Chaya, who is the owner of the Libs of TikTok account, highlighted this drag event in Dallas, and violent thugs showed up to harass parents, children, and their families. This did happen. So, we've got a good thread here. An ugly protest today, a mob of self-described, quote, Christian fascists tried to force their way into a gay establishment in the neighborhood of Dallas, holding a family event while chanting, quote, unquote, groomers. So that's obviously the main thing that people are weaponizing. So let's see what's up here.
Groomer! 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 You guys are disgusting!
Alright, these are not.
Repent for your sins!
So we've got some of the most soy people I've ever seen, and literally the king of the soy lords, John Soyle here. He's another YouTuber, John Doyle. So I guess he's just calling himself a Christian fascist now. Funnily enough, you know, theocratic fascism is also a very popular ideology among neo-Nazis and even the Nazis of the past, so that's interesting. I'm of two minds of whether or not them being open about the fact that they're fascists when previously they might have had to been closeted about it is either a good or a bad thing. I'm not too sure. I'm sure it could cut either way, but not very good, generally speaking. So this,
yeah, definitely not. But, you know, hey, it's America, so what do you expect? She says she was tired of doing her makeup every day, so she got tattooed on her. Damn. Sounds metal as fuck. Hey, little bandito. I found a wild bandit. A little wild bandit. Other bandit, our Lord and Savior, and he is purring away like a little sweet boy. Who's the sweet bandito? Yes. Who's a good boy? Yes, you is. Yes, is a baby boy. Who's a good little baby boy? Yes, yes, yes. Who's this sweet bandito? Oh my god, you're shedding so fucking much. You're just a shed monster. You shed, and shed. You sheddy boy. You sweet little thing. Oh, you chungus. Oh, you sweet little thing. You king. You little emperor, you. Yes. You little emperor's bandito. Yes. Looking down below the peasant folk. Yes. Go and still get away from that. Yeah, that's right. Get away from that dog food, bandit. You could shed an entire new cat. Yes, he could. Back. Did you see Bandito? I just had Bandito. Oh, I was so cough. Little Zuka boy. Yeah, I should kind of want to I want to skip a little bit to see what this part is. The increasing genocide rhetoric of... Well, that's... Okay, well. I'm assuming this is just more based on that whole type of shit. Of, you know, Christian fascists being like, "Damn to quit me, but," and where it makes me feel increasingly invested on wanting to upgrade a boomstick for personal defense.
You just have concerns and think there should be fewer trans people. You see how that's eliminations, right? And also, look at this. So, Mississippi Republican says trans rights supporters should face a firing squad. Robert.
Okay, well, yeah. The only way that I'm gonna face that is through a goddamn bunker. And let's just say that they're also gonna have a fire squad looking back at them. You know, so it's just gonna be a back and forth. You psycho-fascist piece of shit.
Is going to quote, and supporters of trans rights should be executed.
Okay, I am actually going to fucking make another one.
It's not just trans people. It's not just people that are being accused of so-called grooming, even though there have been literally no substantiations of any grooming happening from any queer people that we've seen from the right. It's literally just a broad label that they'll call anybody as a means to dehumanize people and make it so that any violence done to them is seen to be okay. And of course, we've got the Pope of the transphobes, one of the least...
My position is to kick those fuckers out of them, let them burn on dust and fire. And honestly, let them go ahead and do a Fort Sumter 2 Electric Boogaloo, just so we can, you know, I don't know, thin the herd a little bit. On top of that, Reconstruction 2 Electric Boogaloo. And this time, make sure that we do it right. Because as far as I'm concerned, these fucking fascists are domestic terrorists, as far as I'm concerned. Kick them out. We don't want them. That's why I mean thin the herd. Because honestly, frankly, when it comes to a lot of different aspects of, you know, the industry and, you know, maybe like natural environmental aspects, you know, there's some things that, you know, that are kind of vital about the area. But, I mean, in order to preserve it, we gotta weed out, you know, some more infectious gangrenous infestations. And of course, you either need a surgeon or an exterminator, depending on how you want to couch it. You know, so... I don't know. You know, it's like... kind of need more of a radical approach to that type of shit. I don't know. If these people are advocating for death, then it's like, well... hey, so we need to show that we're willing to repel them by force if necessary. Because if they're willing to use force, then... at least for people like me, you know, it's like, okay. I fucking dare you. Because people like me don't fuck around. What it was to tell you to fuck around and find out.
Your children possible. Matt Walsh out here. So a person in his
Matt Walsh, another fascist. Yes, put another way, it should be illegal for doctors to approve this of any age. It should be illegal for anyone to of any it should be illegal for anyone of any age to transition. Period. No, it shouldn't. It should be 100% okay, you fucking fascist piece of Puritan filth, fuckwad. Blake Ward, love? Oh my god, yeah, you're not about love there, you filthy rat bag. Hey, Matt Walsh, you filthy fascist. Like, the only thing you deserve is a goddamn fucking face introductory welcoming party to some concrete. Like, go fuck yourself.
Of any age to transition, period. And then Matt Walsh goes on to say, quote, yes, put another way, it should be illegal for doctors to do this to anyone of age. So this is a very common tactic when it came to the anti-abortion fight that we're still fighting, the pro-forced birth type.
Unfortunately.
Attack the doctors and the clinics themselves. So they tried to make it illegal for doctors to do said procedure, in this case an abortion, and now in this context prescribing people with HRT or whatever, because they know it's easier to go after the medical institution rather than individual people. Because if you go after individual people, well, then you have to go up against arguments like, well, what about people's individual liberty? What about the freedom, the individual liberty, the bodily autonomy of women to get an abortion, of an adult even, to get a diagnosis for gender dysphoria, or just go to an informed consent?
I mean, honestly, the only way you'll probably get, like, agreement out of, like, right-wing type people are literally the OG libertarian types, like people like my dad, or like, you know, one of my coworkers and shit. Like, outside of them, like, honestly, like, you're not really gonna get that out of these type of people. Like, they don't give a fuck about these type of things. Which is why, frankly, like, either, you know, getting them the fuck out, or actually enlightening them, whether they like it or not, and just getting to fucking know and do better, you know, enforcing it on them and shit at this rate. Like, I mean, one or the other, it's just like, I mean, you know, one of them's gotta give. Because, I mean, this type of shit, you know, at this rate isn't, you know, something that's, you know, offering, you know, more just civil society, especially if it's trying to be more egalitarian democratic, supposedly, especially in this fucking country. That's kind of a joke. But, I mean, at least if we're going to perceive ourselves as that, then we should at least, you know, be doing this type of shit as a bare fucking minimal. At the very fucking least.
For their transition. The medical consensus on the treatment of gender dysphoria is HRT, is gender-affirming procedures, surgeries, whatever it is deemed appropriate by the doctor and also the patient. So it's not just about trans kids. It's anybody of any age. If you look at their rhetoric as it pertains to queer
But I thought it was just about protecting the children, though.
And kids, it's applied ubiquitously, universally.
I guess it might be okay unless you're, you know, if you're somebody like Blair White, but, you know, unless you're someone like her, you know, if that fucking wretched, grifty bitch, like, I mean, honestly, you're not really gonna get much love out of that, so, too bad, so sad.
To drag. It's not just limited to kids being taught basic biology and sociology in the clinical setting of a classroom. It's wholesale. Every single queer person for them is a groomer. That's essentially what that term means, regardless of any actual substantive evidence. And
honestly, that fucking hate preacher that we kind of skipped over a little bit earlier, like, I mean, one thing he was saying is like, oh, if someone is a pedophile and happens to, you know, be, you know, someone who's, you know, grooming children, they just happen to be a fag. I mean, that's literally what he says. You know, it's like, no, they are. They're, you know, they're part of the LGBT. They are also homosexual, and, you know, and thus a sodomite. You know, they are, you know, a sodomite. They're, you know, blah, blah, blah. They're this and that. They're a fag. They deserve death and all this other shit. Like, that's, you know, what that Dylan Oz guy was saying earlier and shit. And again, it would be such a travesty if his address just happened to be, you know, just out there, you know, for someone to know, you know. It'd just be such a shame. Oh, because, you know, think of such a harm and danger that could happen if that were to be the case. Oh, that would be so sad and tragic. We wouldn't want harm on our fellow man, wink, wink. Minecraft. But anyway,
things in a just world, they would all get bullets in their heads from the police. That's what he wants. Well, you might say, like, oh, well, even with this, if you're fucking insane, you might say, well, these cries from the trans people or the queer people over, oh, you're just overreacting. Oh, but there's a genocide happening? Come on, be real, right? This kind of bullshit. If this is not enough to convince you, well, we've got more. We've got so-called, quote-unquote, gender-critical, so TERFs, trans-exclusionary radical feminists, which aren't actually feminists, because you can't be exclusionary of trans women and still be a feminist. So-called gender-critical author Helen Joyce says she wants to, quote, reduce the number of trans people. Helen Joyce...
that basically means, like, hey, how do we get rid of trans people? And there's only one way you can do that, and it's pretty much, as far as I'm concerned, pretty, I don't know, Hitlerian, you know, in nature. Very, I don't know, Third Reichian, you know, in nature, yeah. It just seems to be, you know, like, that's the only real true way you could do something like that. And, you know, if it's something you advocate, then, well, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, you're probably just essentially openly being blatantly fascistic, at least when it comes to trans people in this case. It's like, oh, lesbians, queer people, and everything, you know, and that besides is okay, but, oh, those trans people, though, time to get a little fascistic of that. How do we reduce their numbers? How do we get them out of here? Oh, I know. Well, here's what we can do. oh, we can definitely, make sure we do some, like, trans conversion therapy comms. We can, definitely do some, death comms. Oh, say something about that. I was just kind of having a little cough in my throat there. But, we could do some, trans therapy comms. We can do, like, suppression therapy. All sorts of stuff, yeah. No, yeah, we're totally not going to put them into, confession therapy comms. No, not at all. It's like, this is what these fucking people think. It's essentially just what they're advocating for, because, like, honestly, how else are you going to, quote, reduce trans people? It's like, I wonder how you do that, outside of literally getting rid of them physically.
When ideology meets reality,
like a Nazi.
Widespread criticism over an online discussion with Helen Staniland, both named Helen, curious, in which she said people who transition are, quote, damaged. Joyce, who has become one of the most vocal...
I think these two people named Helen are damaged.
Gender-critical campaigners in the UK in recent years said their movement is no longer in the consciousness-raising stage. She said the gender-critical movement cannot be focused on convincing every person in the UK of its views, and that it instead must, quote, get through to the decision-makers. So we'll just watch the...
So basically, overriding populist, views and populist rhetoric and going, to the people who override a lot of that to the elitists and the decision makers who usually go against the fucking populists in these countries and shit, the politicians and the people that enact the status quo. So, hey, if you can't get the people to, keep in line with the fucking status quo, then we'll make sure that the fucking people that, enforce that keep it in place. And making sure they have new laws to enforce it. Go fucking figure.
Right. Here's Helen Staniland on the left.
I think that for quite a while now, this has not been about consciousness raising. That's been irrelevant.
And she looks like some weird, ugly-ass, bratty little fucking fascist bitch. So, go figure.
That was important 2 or 3 years ago when there weren't enough people. But there have been enough people to be critical mass, to be funding the crowdfunders, to be writing letters to MPs, all that sort of thing, to have a movement, to have support for women and men, of course. I mean, there's people like Graham, of course, as well, who've got their necks stuck out on this. We can't win this by saying, there's 60x million people in this country and we've got to persuade all of them or a great majority of them. We've got to get through to the decision makers. And in the meantime, while we're trying to...
So that's interesting. So, paraphrasing, she says, we can't try to get public opinion on our side. We can't try to get our opinions, which are incredibly unpopular broadly, to be...
It's as if they're a very loud minority, and they want the minority, them, basically being the rulers of the majority. Curious. Odd.
With, the people of the United Kingdom and try to get this done in a democratic capacity. Instead, we have to, as Helen Joyce says, get to the decision makers, right? She wants to get her hands, the gender-critical movement's hands, on the levers of power in the UK. The judiciary...
Why don't you have the gender abolitionist movement get their hands on it and shit? Because honestly, that'd do more favors for people than anything else. Like, goddamn. Like, fuck this Helen, bitch.
Power, she wants to get on her side because democracy is not. Where have we heard this before? Potentially you might see, ripples of this, vapors of this, about the Donald Trump presidency and the packing of courts at every level with activist conservative judges in order to circumvent democracy, which is one of the conservatives' most favored tactics, because their actual opinion's not popular with the general public. They're just not. So they have to go out of their way to subvert democracy in order to get what they want put into place.
Get through to the decision makers.
Basically, especially on a very overt level, like how the GOP is going now, and with the Supreme Court as it is now, basically being fascistic, So, go fake. I mean, at least even on moderate conservative levels, they'll at least be like, well, we'll just try better next time, type of shit. But, like, these far-right American nationalists and Christian fascists and just Nazi fascistic motherfuckers and shit, they don't give a fuck. So, I mean, it's just like, they'll do literally anything and everything to subvert the democratic narrative and shit. And will do anything to fucking manipulate the fucking ball, for their fucking favor. They don't care. Same with these fucking bitches. They don't give a shit. Like, because they'll do anything, to try to subvert the fucking narrative on their fucking side when it comes to, trying to undermine LGBT liberation, queer liberation, fucking, a lot of progressive and labor action shit, even though they might ostensibly be in favor of it. Because if they advocate shit like this, then no way in hell they're going to be advocating for the fucking worker and fucking average person, the average folk. But if you're against trans folk, then you're against, workers too. Because guess what? Trans people, also have to work the fucking cogs like everybody else, motherfuckers. So being against them is being against people like me too, you shitbags. Because, what, they don't participate in the, labor force, they don't participate in the average society and shit? Of course they do. They matter just as much as people like me. I mean, if anything, more so, just because, of how much, they're victimized and how much they aren't normalized, in a lot of society, at least in UK and in US, and in a lot of other places globally abroad. Because there's even, to a lot of ways, there's, like, globally, people like me just being a, white bisexual guy, still being bi, that alone, is already not heavily accepted in most places around the world and shit. So, it's like, like when it comes to the whole queer liberation movement, it's why, even for me, it's still passionate, because it's still a global fucking effort. Even if it is normalized, for people like me here in my own country and shit, it's still listening for trans people or non-binary folk, which I kind of am to a degree anyway. And, globally, it just isn't yet. So, it's just like, it's still a struggle that needs to be fought. So, these type of people can get bent, fucked, and, like, shoved up a cactus, and then, like, shoved off into orbit, sent to Mars, as far as I give a fuck.
The harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition, and that's for two reasons.
For two reasons, because one, they're undesirable, and two, they're deformed, so we must, weed out the wick, yeah. Send them off to the camps. Just refuse to, convert them. Yes, yeah.
Every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second one is
fuck this cunt. Jesus Christ.
People.
What a cunt.
Is basically, a huge problem to a sane world.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. So she says that the gender criticals of the world, the anti-trans, transphobic pieces of dog shit, says they have to try to limit the harm, whatever perceived harm they see, and she says that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And she says that's for two reasons. One of them is every one of those trans people is a person who's been damaged. Any sources or substantiation for that? Probably not.
People who have their, like, fucking sexuality and their gender identity and just overall really just their own self-expression suppressed is fucking damaged in comparison to people that fucking have, an ability to have that shit normalized and, help them through, liberating their own identity and shit. Like, that's just a fucking fact. Like, the more you suppress, people on this type of shit, the higher the suicidality rates are, the higher the self-harm rates are, the higher the fucking depression rates are and shit. It's like if you normalize the people who are trans, non-binary, and otherwise and shit, who happen to be, quote, outliers or not normal, then, they happen to have, I don't know, less problems in their lives and shit when it comes to self-harm, suicidality, depression, anxiety, and otherwise. Weird. Curious.
Every one of those people is basically a huge problem to a sane world. So, essentially saying that
whatever.
Trans people are apparently a problem to a sane world, and what
but sure not.
Want to do is take people who are trans, who are part of the trans group, and force them, by the power of the state, to no longer be trans, to become cis. So they want to forcibly move trans...
Which, how is this any different to gay conversion therapy camps, by the way? Which is essentially literally fucking torture. Which is why I'm making the fucking innuendos to, I don't know, things like Dachau and Auschwitz a little bit with the whole fucking, Gestapo lingo and shit with the German accent a little bit. Like, cause, like, frankly, like, like, how is this different than, sending to a bunch of, queer gay people and LGBT, people, to fucking gay conversion therapy in those fucking camps? I mean, the only reason why they have those enacted because they can't exactly put Zyklon B in the showers.
Group to the
That'd be a little too blatant.
And you might be thinking to yourself, well, that kind of reminds me of other events of the past. There might actually be a word that describes it's genocide. That's literally what she's describing. She's literally just describing genocide. This has happened in a variety of instances throughout the history of the human race. For one instance, the indigenous genocide of Native America, there was literal outright violence to kill them, and also the assimilation that you might have learned about in history school, where they strip these indigenous people of their culture and essentially...
And basically force them to be Anglo-Saxon white Protestant types without necessarily being the white. Like, essentially what a lot of the mass indoctrination was. Like, you learn English, you learn Christianity, you learn to essentially be the equivalent of white man, but guess what? You're never going to be treated like that, so just suck it up, you fuck, you know, and get over it. You know, that's essentially what they were indoctrinated to try to be and shit. Like this, like, I mean, that's basically what, like, these Native American schools were. They were essentially religious fucking cult camps, you know, the fucking beat and fucking abuse and torture, you know, these native kids, you know, to indoctrination to essentially be white kids without necessarily, you know, while being native.
Moving them from being indigenous to being American. You've also got Germany. You know, everybody I don't like is a Nazi, right? Obviously, of course, and possibly need no parallels. History doesn't exist. The Jewish people, disabled people, the queer people in Germany who were not conducive to the so-called German Volk and the ideals they had for them, they wanted to reduce the number of Jewish people in Germany, of disabled people in Germany, of queer people in Germany. Some of the first books that were banned by the Nazis was the Institute of Sexuality, which was founded by a Jewish gay man. There was a whole slew of research done around gender and sexuality science, and they burned all of that because they were scared of the idea of not cisgender, not heterosexual people existing. Well, those
on top of that, they also view anything that happened to be related to anyone who happened to be Jewish that was in the scientific field as, quote, Jewish science, and thus, you know, dismissed as, you know, pseudoscience and, you know, bullshit. At least, you know, to the Nazi Aryan hierarchy. So, which honestly, in a funny, fortunate way, actually kind of thwarted and regressed a lot of the scientific advancement that the Third Reich was going through, in a certain way, because they did expand it in a lot of ways when it came to technology and shit, but they, you know, basically just dismissed so much of the scientific method and so much of different aspects of science and the research in it, because it happened to be done by Jews, that they essentially just, like, thwarted themselves and fucked themselves over because they just didn't account of various different aspects of science because, the Jews don't research it. You know, and it was especially even more verboten when it came to things like, you know, culture or sociology or, you know, human psychology and shit, like especially when it came to, like, you know, queer Jewish people and shit, because, not only are they Jews, but they also happen to be queer too, You know, they got even exceptionally, you know, even more, you know, shitty about that, because that's when it comes to the whole, like, you know, Star of David on the right arm and shit like that. There's certain people that would have different colors for the star. And for the pink one, that also meant for somebody who was not only somebody who was Jew, but also somebody who was queer on top of that. And or just happened to be queer themselves, if they didn't have the full Star of David, but just the pink triangle. So, I mean, it, like, they had very specific labels, you know, at least when it came to identifying these type of people, when it came to suppressing them. And a lot of them had, and there was different colors. I think red was political dissidents and political opposition. I think blue was a different one. And there's like a couple other colors as well. And yellow and / gold obviously being, well, you know, Jews, you know, essentially. So it's just like, I mean, in the Nazi regime, they had all sorts of different fucking colors to label different people they deemed undesirable and queer people with no fucking exception. Because they were the color pink when it came to their fucking labeling.
We rounded up and killed. That's it. So that it's literally definitionally genocidal language that she is engaging in here.
Like if you've got people that, and whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, or
so basically a fascist.
So she even goes on She even goes on to say that whether they're happily transitioned or unhappily. So it doesn't matter if these trans people are following the medical consensus on the treatment of gender dysphoria, which is transitioning. It doesn't matter because, you know, these trans people, they just shouldn't exist.
They shouldn't exist. Even if they happily transition and everything, they don't need not exist. So you guys send them to, you know, reconversion therapy camps, you know. That's what we need to send them to. Tell you what, that's what needs to help. Yeah, that's what needs to happen. I tell you what, you blokes. She's not exactly American, so I guess she needs a British accent, but whatever. I mean, what's the difference? Like, the Christian fascists here say the same shit. I mean, they literally openly say it because they have better ways, you know, to say it in a sense because they have, you know, protection of free speech, so they can essentially be like, yeah, no queer people ought to be killed because God wills it. Bleh. Like, they say shit like that because they got the uniqueness of America. But in the UK, they have to kowtow it as like, oh, you know, these people are damaged, and we need, you know, in a way we should reduce them because of abnormality and, you know, the gender critic theories and blah 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. They're just couched into some weird pseudoscience lingo jingle bullshit, but it all just fundamentally is the same goddamn shit. It's just the same fucking fascistic rhetoric. It's like, good lord.
Which is a very sanitized way of talking about that. At least you still got the...
Yeah, it's sanitized. There we go.
...gloves on. You know, we should be forcibly...
That's what I was trying to kind of find there for a second.
Rather than just outright killing them. You know, at least we're being a little bit more kind in our approach. And you'll see that throughout the United States as well. There have been a variety of bills pushed by Republicans in legislatures across this country that is trying to forcibly detransition trans people, some of them going all the way up to the age of 25. You cannot transition until you're at the age of 25, or like we're seeing Matt Walsh say, nobody of any age. So happily transition doesn't matter. Unhappily doesn't matter.
The
detransitioners doesn't matter. By the way, if you've been hearing this detransitioning talking point, it's a very small minority of an already small minority of trans people that do detransition. The majority of the time it seems to be because of financial burden, because they can no longer afford the hormones or whatever other treatments that they need in order to maintain their transition, or social
Which is why healthcare for all should be a very important thing, because then it can help accommodate for those problems. Just side note.
Trans in our current society because of people like Helen Joyce, Matt Walsh, living as a trans person because of the social stigma, because of the ignorance of people, the lack of education. It's a huge social burden to be trans, so then they detransition from that to be seen as cis to now no longer have to deal with all the transphobia that comes along with it, which harms them, by the way. If your goal is because, you know, these people are damaged or whatever, and you're trying to reduce the amount of harm, well then if you're gonna qualify that with happily transitioned people, you want to forcibly detransition, you're gonna be harming them. You literally said that they're happily...
That's the point. They want less harm in the status quo in society. They don't care about if there's more harm within trans people and shit. That's the fucking point. Oh, wait, at Johnson Creek is now Johnson... Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what happened to it? Johnson Creek this morning. Whoa, what the fuck? What happened? Snow flood? Because it wasn't really that much rain today. Oh my god. What's the comments on this? Wonka's Chocolate River? I'm gonna give it a like. My kid won't stop calling it the Johnson Creek River. Wow. About par for the course. Noah, get the ark! Surf's up. That's my Johnson feels like in the morning. You should do a stream in Johnson Creek. You're close to it anyway. Yeah. I did, back in my WeTube days, I did, you know what? No. I did a stream there once on my Twitch days. Actually, during that Twitch stream, there was some dude who was on acid who was just, like, smoking a joint with his girlfriend. And happened to, like, kind of wing us over, and I just kind of left the stream on its own. No, this is back in YouTube, actually, because this is when Joe Malloy was still around. I remember him being in the chat. Man, honestly, at this rate, man, I honestly feel like he, unfortunately, kind of passed, you know? And I kind of feel bad, because I've actually sent some emails, I've sent Discord thing, I've tried to hit him up in multiple ways. It's like, man, if he hasn't actually responded at this point, it's just like, damn. I think he's unfortunately, you know, I don't know. Yeah, like, kind of moved on, and it makes me sad. I mean, it actually kind of does, honestly, because, like, you know, as much as he was kind of an interesting dude, Mojo smoked too much COVID, probably. I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of wondering if there might be a relative that happens to just, like, get the information to one of his, like, emails and responds back or something. You know, so maybe I can get, like, you know, some info, because, like, I don't know, that'd be kind of nice to know, I suppose. I mean, unless he somehow responds back out of nowhere for some reason. I mean, it just was dark all this time for whatever. But honestly, at this point, I mean, considering how he hasn't responded back after all these years, I mean, I kind of have a feeling. And it kind of makes me a little sad. He was definitely a very interesting type of dude. Oh, the sleepy boy. Oh, so cute. Part of me just wants to, like, snuggle the fuck out of him right now because he's so sleepy over there. Just being a sweet boy. I mean, he's not even really doing much. He's just, like, sitting over there in a little ball, but it's too doggone cute. It's too damn cute. Oh. Did I tell you, Rip City, that he's kind of have a little doggy girlfriend now? Like, the dog that happens to be, like, right next door to me. Like, he's essentially... Like, those two have essentially kind of become very well acquainted and very friendly with each other. Jazzy? Nope. I mean, you kind of know the layout of my garage and where I sit, right? The neighbors that happen to be, like, at the house right over there. I mean, you know, hold on. I actually, when I was streaming earlier, today. Oh, wait, hold on, I misclicked. Fuck. Alright, hold on. Like, hold on, let me try to go to my previous stream. Because actually, earlier on my afternoon stream, I actually kind of showed a second, or at least maybe not necessarily a second, but oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Just a little bit. I mean, it's kind of hard to see. But here, hold on, let me do this. There. But you can see her on the right a little bit. There she is. Sukov is over there playing around with her. Like, they have basically become very... They're buddies. They're friends. And honestly, I'm like, okay, Sukov's got a little girlfriend. Because honestly, I mean, she's a little sweet girl. I mean, she's honestly... she's kind of a jelly belly sometimes. I mean, I can tell she gets jealous easily, but... And her owner is like, I don't know, she plays around with other dogs nicely. But it's like, honestly, considering this, I mean, she does. She just kind of gets... I mean, she gets jealous, but, I mean, outside of that, I mean, they don't really... I mean, she doesn't really seem to have many issues playing around with other pups. I mean, it seems like she probably is better one-on-one. Like, instead of being around with a group of dogs, she looks like she's better one-on-one. Because with her and Zukov, they play around and have fun with each other. They seem like, you know, they get along pretty well. So, I mean, so that's kind of why I kind of, you know, joke a little bit about how he's got a girlfriend now. Because she's, you know, kind of buddy-buddy with him. Zukov's got a little girlfriend. I mean, I don't think she's you know, a dog that goes in heat. I think she's spayed because I haven't seen him try to fuck her yet. Unless Zukov has like the veto mentality about it, where he like takes like an hour to actually get into it, because he's like, I want to be very friendly and just be like cutesy with you for like an hour before I actually try to fuck you. Because he doesn't really get like that with her, which is good. I'm also kind of happy about that a little bit. I don't really want him getting too, well, no pun intended, fuckity with her. But she has like a one brown eye and then one blue eye. She's I forgot what it's called. I think homo something or something like that. I forgot what it's called, but I mean, she's actually a pretty kind of cute little, unique little mixed breed pup. And I'm pretty sure it's Hinata, but I honestly could be wrong. Her name is honestly not gonna hard pronounce. I've heard Hinata a lot, so I'm assuming that's what it is. At least that's what my ears have heard. So that's what I'm going with. I'm going with what my ears have heard. She actually tried stealing Zukov's rawhide once, because the one of the last ones they gave him. Like, she was actually just like, like, even with me, when I was trying to get it out of her, it's like, okay, this is Zukov, so I'm gonna take this from you now. She was like, being all like growly with me, but not like actually aggressive, just being like, no, this is mine now, fuck you. You know, just kind of have that mentality about it. I mean, I could tell where she's, you know, a jelly belly, but not like very aggressive about it. So I'm just like, all right, come on now. It's like, come on. It's like, this isn't yours. You have your own toys. Though, you know what, to be fair, I can understand it because Zukov has stolen a few of hers. Because they're in my yard now. It's like, okay, this piece of shit. I need to fucking, like, actually give some of them back to him. Because Zukov is a little prick like that. I mean, I do call him a little anarchist dog. I mean, holds to the name. So, no reason to fucking, you know, change it now. Right now, he's just knocked the fuck out, though. He's like a little sweet baby. Little goofball. I mean, at least he didn't get a little weird with Jazzy, though. I mean, he does. Like, he'll be weird with her, but luckily not like Vito. And luckily that will never happen. I still can't get over the fact that Vito went a little too close to the sun with that one. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Ugh. I mean, some of the things Logan told me about those two is just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Definitely needed to keep an eyeball on those two way more than he was. I don't gotta worry about that at least, because what the fuck is Zukov gonna do? Run off and play around with the next door neighbor's dog? And luckily not do anything? Man, I'm so glad I don't have to worry too much. I actually let him be out on his own when I was doing some errands the other day on my day off yesterday. And he actually wasn't really that bad. He kind of rummaged around for my dad's trash and then went through like 2 things in here. But luckily there wasn't really much else. So luckily he, you know, for the most part, wasn't really being too bad. He wasn't really being that naughty. So that was at least actually really good. So, you know, I'm starting to kind of, you know, gain a little bit more of a trust with him on, you know, some certain things. Slash some ass with the cat. Get a cat dog. I mean, I kind of already have that with Bandit and Zukov. I mean, what? Just like have Bandit and Zukov somehow like, you know, splice and make a hybrid? I mean, with the power of the furry fandom, we could yiff anything into power. So we could do that. We could get that done. I've seen enough yiff out there that most certainly can be possible. I bet if I looked it up right now, I can find at least like 10,000 plus things on E621 just dedicated to like K9 X feline. Whether it's straight, gay, or otherwise. Like, I already know. I don't even need to look it up to confirm it. You know what? I bet I could do the math. Because it's still, funny enough, I actually do have E621 on a tab on Chrome. I bet I could do the math. Like, how many images are on one page? Usually. Because I can get my calculator out and we could do some math here. Because it doesn't really matter what I have up right now. I could just fucking... Okay, my screen's off, right? Oh, thank God it is. Okay, good. Whew. Make sure the screen's off. No one needs to see the unfortunate world of E621. No one needs to see that, so... Anyway, okay, so I know it has to say somewhere, right? Okay, hold on. Where would I, okay, would it be in, demonetized? Okay, hold on, you're making me actually a little paranoid. I'm actually gonna fucking, don't make me paranoid. Okay, it's not. Okay. I had to double check for a second. I went on my channel and looked at the live stream. I had to double check. You fucking made me paranoid for a minute. I'm a little drunk, okay? So, fuck. Alright, so, okay. I'm trying to actually, okay, where would... I'm trying to figure out. Okay, you know, I guess I'll have to count. Okay, so it's 3 here. Okay, so I have 3 per. Okay, so I have 3 aisles. Okay, so 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33, 36, 39, 42. 45, 47, 51, 54, 57, 60, 69, 72, 75. Okay, so 75 per one page. Okay, so let me look up. Alright, so 75 per at least the page that I have here. So we're just going to literally look up feline and canine. Alright. Huh? Cheat sheet? No, fuck off, cheat sheet. I don't want you. Oh, because I accidentally clicked search help. Okay, there we go. Okay, 75. Ah! Times 616 pages. Okay, let's get the calculator. We're doing the math. We're doing the math, baby. Let's go. We're sunk cost fallacy in it. Calculator. Oh my god, I don't even want to know the answer to this, but I'm doing it. 75, not divided, times 616. Oh my god. 46,200. That's just an approximate give or take. Because not every furry YIF is on the 621. So that's just a give or take. That's an approximate. Oh my god, that is so many images. And also, not all that necessarily is... I mean, A621 is not strictly YIF, to be fair, but I still think that's a fair approximate. Like, holy god damn. Wow. So yes, a cat dog most certainly can be plausible with the power of furries. Wow, I can't okay, wow, I can't believe YIF per unit pizza. YIF per unit pizza. I honestly can't believe I really went that far into the fucking math on that one. Why? I'm honestly now wondering why did I just do that, but whatever. Well, you know what? I've had a pretty good amount of cojones, so I think that's fair enough. Though I'm having the last of it right there, though. I'm not refilling that. I don't want you, like, on an angle. Thank you. Oh no! James Webb Telescope got hit with a meteorite? No! No! Boo! Alright, I wanna know.
A lot of us have been asking since the launch of
I wanna know.
the telescope is how exactly.
He needs another drink. Do I though? Let me look at this. Honestly, with how much is left in there, I want to save it for like either tomorrow or the day after or something. Like what I have in here makes me want to save it. And I'm pretty fucking nice and doozy as it is. And I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, so honestly, you're gonna have to really fucking convince me, you know, of that one. I mean, I kind of want to, you know, take a drink, you know, for the fucking Jim Webb, or the James Webb. Why do I keep thinking Jim Webb? Is that the fucking, like, 2016 candidate that literally said, like, I survived a fucking grenade, and I fucking threw it back, you know, on a Vietnam soldier and survived that? He wasn't so lucky. Like, was that Jim Webb? Was he the weirdo that did that? I don't even remember. I don't even know. The bootlickers are lick the boot too hard. Wait, what happened here? Fascist scum getting what's coming to them. 31 people arrested for a conspiracy to riot near a parade in Idaho. Wait, I think I might have heard of this. I heard of this! No, my fucking coworker told me about this. I didn't see there's video of this, but basically fucking like, yeah, they rented a U-Haul and they all had like guns and shit, like, and they all like got out of a U-Haul and basically were immediately arrested. Yeah, this is. No, I heard about this. Yeah, my coworker told me about this. I think there's like video of this or some shit. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I heard about this. Good. Because fuck these fascist motherfuckers. Like, they're getting what's coming to them. Like, seriously. Like, they're, you know, going to be like Icarus. They're going to, you know, get a little too close to the sun if they keep playing the way they do. Because people like me that... Oh, fuck you, get out of here. Like, I mean, you know, because people like me ain't going to stand for their shit. We're going to be the fucking sun that, you know, kind of burns off their feathers to make us start plummeting to the ground. I want to know about this James Webb. Because honestly, like, low-key, though, like, I mean, I want to know. James Webb, no.
Will be staying in space without any ability to repair this telescope for several years, and very likely up to several decades, or at least 1 decade. In other words, the question is, what happens when one of the micrometeorites strikes the mirrors, or hits some other essential part of the telescope? is the mission going to be over? Well, obviously the answer to that question is no. But there is a more specific answer to this that we're going to be talking about in this video because, as you might have heard already, it just happened. A slightly larger than average micrometeorite officially hit one of the main mirrors on the telescope. But what you might have not heard yet is that this is not the first time it happened since the launch. This is actually the 5th time it happened, and the first 4 collisions were not really that major. And so in this video I wanted to talk a little bit more about the details behind what happened, what all of this means, and more importantly what we know about these micro collisions or micrometeorite collisions from the previous important missions such as Hubble, which, as you can probably imagine, received so many more collisions over the period of about 30 years. And this is exactly where we're going to start. The iconic Hubble telescope. The telescope that changed everything. And you might already be aware that in the beginning, when the Hubble just started operating, NASA performed several so-called Hubble servicing missions in order to replace some of the parts on the
Oh my god, I love how there has to be so much context and lore behind all these things.
That were aging, or were outdated, or maybe even broken. And as they were doing so, they actually ended up bringing some of the parts back to planet Earth to be studied in more detail. And even in the first few years of its existence, when the space around the planet was not really that crowded yet, Hubble has already accumulated quite a lot of different impact craters from various collisions. So for example, in 1993, approximately 3 years after the original launch, the solar panels here had to be replaced because of the unusual temperature fluctuations they were causing to the telescope. And the fun fact is that the solar panels were the contribution from the European Space Agency and were actually then returned to the ESA for further study once they were retrieved from the Hubble telescope. And this was actually the first opportunity in history of space exploration to see the kind of impacts that would occur on any spacecraft after about 2 years orbiting planet Earth.
Fancy.
And here they found hundreds of impact craters on just a small section of the solar array. Some of them were extremely tiny, only microns in size, but some of them were relatively large, approximately several millimeters. Then, 9 years later, solar panels were replaced yet again, returned to planet Earth, and once again, even more impact craters were found here as well. This particular solar panel is actually on the display in the Netherlands, inside the ESA's technology center known as ESTAC. But in this...
Where the fuck is that? I mean, I know it's in the Netherlands, so it's in Amsterdam or so. Okay, I gotta go to the Netherlands. Like, I want to go there for Amsterdam for a lot of other reasons, but okay, I gotta go there just to visit this fucking science museum. Sounds awesome. Well, are you listening to me speak? Is that what's going on?
To find out where exactly the impact craters came from. Was it from micrometeorites? Was it from some kind of a human-made debris? Or was it from something else entirely? In other words, they also decided to conduct a...
Aliens. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Aliens.
On every single one of these collisions. And they did so by looking at whatever was unusual present inside the impact craters that should not have been there and that probably came from something else. And so for a lot of these impact craters, the fragments inside were from micrometeorites. It was because of things like iron and nickel. But some of them also contained aluminium and oxygen, which very likely came from human activity, essentially from various solid rocket motors or from various space debris. And considering the amount of...
Probably like random things like little like nuts and bolts that come off of like different little like casings and parts of like rockets and shit. Like on a rocket, that's probably what it is.
It should not really come as a surprise.
Oh my god, look how much space debris there is. Like, I mean, because I know we track at least, you know, majority of it, and oh my god, why? Can we just like not like pollute literally everything we touch? Thank you. Are you a Fashkoff tanky? A Fashkoff tanky? Huh? I'm more curious about what the Fashkoff thing is more than a tanky, because I know what a tanky is, and I'm not that. I'm just like more of a radical like labor union like syndicalist type more than anything. But the Fashkoff, I'm more like, yeah, like honestly, yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm more curious about what a Fashkoff tanky. At least, yeah, I'm more curious what that is more than anything. If I'm more curious of what it is, then evidently I'm not that. So. I'm honestly, yeah, if anything, I kind of want an elaboration, at least on the, like what, like a fascist goth? I mean, at least what I'm wearing right now wouldn't necessarily be gothic, but, either way, I'm definitely curious on an elaboration of it though.
The team even went as far as matching the shape and size of various craters to actual models of rockets that were responsible for producing the debris. But obviously, even after...
Oh my god, I just want to know what the James... okay, you know, I want to skip just a tad bit just to see if I can find out about the James... Okay, maybe I'll find out here. I want to know what happens with James Telescope being hit with a meteorite on one of its things. Does it actually, like, fuck it up? Because I actually want to, like, see the stuff that it comes out with. And low-key, though, this is a little fucked up that it got hit.
Point. It's pretty far away from any human-made debris, and because of this, the chance of a collision here is pretty low overall. On top of this, in this region, it's also not going to be receiving a lot of micrometeorites, which usually tend to approach planet Earth, simply because it's the largest gravitational body in this area.
But it got hit anyway.
These mirrors were specifically designed to withstand impacts from some of these smaller micrometeoroids. Although over time it's very likely that the appearance of these mirrors is going to become a little bit more rough, reducing in the overall reflectivity and also becoming a little bit more rugged as well. But for the first few years, all of these imperfections can be easily corrected digitally, and also because when the mirrors were originally designed, they were created to be even smoother than they should have been. In other words, the actual telescope does not have to be as perfect as it currently is. It can still operate even if the mirrors are slightly scratched. And so today...
Oh my god, so basically, okay, so essentially it's gonna work just as fine. It's gonna work as normal. I mean, it's a little bit of a clickbaity title, but hey, at least, I mean, hey, it'll work as normal. It's basically like, hey, we just gotta have to adjust, you know, to what the results of the pictures are gonna be because of that. I mean, I guess because, you know, earlier he was mentioning how the Hubble, you know, experienced a lot of this type of shit. I mean... I guess it would make sense to, you know, probably make, you know, this type of telescope a little bit more, you know, like, more, like, you know, resistant against, you know, these type of things, you know, like meteorite hits and shit like that, just because then it will, you know, then it can at least, you know, overall, if it does get hit with something, it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, well, that's good at least. James Webb is safe. Yay! That's all I really want to know. That's literally all I wanted to know. Because the stuff that we can learn from the James Webb pictures and shit like that come out of that thing, oh my god. It's going to be so cool. I've been following that, like, the whole James Webb development for a while, so it's like, shit like this is like a little, like, at least for me personally, like, ooh. Definitely want to be into that. Want to find out. I never got any update about the whole, like, fast golf thing, though. Like, boo. Why does no one ever, like, elaborate? It's like, are you this thing? What's that? Just crickets. Just nothing. It's like, what? Okay. Thanks for the elaboration. That is the crickets. But it was a little late for me anyway. I've been going on for a pretty decent amount. Was probably going to wrap it up sooner anyway, but I did see that random little news bit about the James Webb, and I had to at least check that out really quick. But nonetheless, I'll get at least this one bowl loaded up, smoked up, and all that fun stuff. And yeah, all said and done. Call it good for the evening. And, of course, be back around for the good next one, whenever that may be, either in the morning or the next evening, whichever I decide. Baby, what are you doing? Oh, you goofball. It's such a shit, baby. Look at you. Look at you. You're a goof. Little chabunga bunga. Anyway, that got good for the rest of the vid. So, peace out. And of course, I'm back around for